Hello, welcome. Is this thing on? It should be. I hope it's coming through.
Do we need to do a clap sync?
Do a clap sync. Do another one, Dobbs, just in case.
All right, here we go. Wait, that wasn't meaty enough. There we go.
There we go.
Clap
should
synced.
be popping at least somebody's eardrums in the chat.
And get fucked.
We can hear the voice. Excellent. That's all I need to know. Welcome to tonight. Well, I say tonight. It's actually early morning. Welcome to the special Mongrel Squad React stream for CitizenCon. I don't know if you guys know anything about it, but it happened, what was it, like 4 days ago now? I live in the future, so it was 4 days ago now for me.
I hope you're all coming off the high nicely.
Yes, as you can see, a huge dose of, I was about to say hopium. Not copium. I cope quite well with dealing with Star Citizen, but it gave me a lot more hope than what I was anticipating. Although I did fall asleep towards the end of the stream.
How is that possible, Agens? You're like the biggest wet blanket I've ever met in my life. You're telling me you've been given a sharp dosage of hopium right to the arm? Like, are you kidding me? Like, guys.
No, I was breathing it in. Didn't you see the thumbnail? I was breathing it in.
You have no idea how monumental a moment like this is. Take it in. Let it sink in for a second.
Now, as you guys can hear, we're joined, we've got Dobbs here co-hosting, but we've also got a couple of guest speakers that are going to be coming in to some of the chats. The first one that we're going to be doing, first video that we're reacting to, is the design brief for investigations. And joining us for that reaction, you're going to see him in a moment, is BorderlineSilence. He's right there on camera. Can you see him? Say hello, Silence.
Hello, Silence. I took a little bit of time to recover from the ear-popping synchronization clap from Dobbs, so...
Oh, just look at that ear-to-ear smile. It's great to see Silence here.
Juan, get out. I see you, Juan.
Alrighty. Alright. So yeah, that's Silence. He's one of the mongrels that's kicking around every now and again. And his camera literally just disappeared. We're off to a great start. That's okay.
Well, it was great while it lasted, chat. I would like to thank you all for being here. Clip it if you missed it. But, you know,
let me see if I can refresh it.
That's the peak of today's stream.
Yeah, that's it. Like that was literally all you got to see of Silence. That was his reaction. All right. Yeah, refreshing. You closed the window, didn't you?
Maybe.
Now, listen. I hope you guys could please, you know, give Silence here. He's doing a great job. All right. So any of you that has any ideas, okay? A friend of mine, all right? Relax, okay?
He hasn't done this in a while.
And by the way, Mr. Silence does stream. He does stream on his own. So Silence, why don't you tell us about the streams that you do in your own time, if you would like?
So I haven't done the migration to YouTube because, frankly, I paid money for panels and I don't want to waste that just yet. So I do stream on Twitch under BorderlineSilence. I do my own thing currently, just some casual stuff. But I do want to take this on fully, so I will be streaming more. My camera's back, apparently.
Yes, it is.
What kind of games do you play, Silence?
Currently, I am working through a playthrough of Subnautica for the first time. I've never played it since the alpha, and I've wanted to stream it since alpha, so that's scary. I do want to get into Star Citizen at some point, but seeing as streaming piracy isn't all that useful right now, I'm kind of just chilling on that. Other than that, definitely going on to some high-end CSGO matches if anyone wants to see some real Star Marine.
You heard it here first.
All right, yes, cat ears are back.
Yeah. Cat ears are back, we're ready, and I'm not going to close the video ninja.
Yes, don't do that. All right. We'll be throwing all the links to all the guests' socials as well in the description of the video once the stream is done. And no, Metroximus, we're not doing a full 5-hour CitizenCon react. It's probably closer to, 3.5. We're not reacting to everything.
Goddamn lie, by the way.
No, I'm going to stick to it. What, we're still under the time limit because we're already onto the first one. All right. We're on to the first guess. All right, let's start watching this and actually get to the reacting. I've put myself on a time schedule. I'm going to do my best to stick to it.
Not allowed. That's not
Dobbs
allowed.
and I are going to try our best not to let him.
Yeah, probably. I'm pretty sure I don't need your help. All right, let's get cracking. Ooh.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
He's cute. Don't diss. He's cute.
No. I want to go back. I want to show you.
An early look at new mission.
Ah, come on! Stop being shit, sync tube. All
I
right.
think you have to play. You have to play before you can
If
roll
you look
roll
this
back.
early, it's because
You
we don't
can't
have
pause and roll back.
a nice shiny.
Yeah, it was playing when I rolled it back. It's just sync tube
Designer.
being
I worked
shit.
to see the design brief, so we thought,
Anyone else agree that Luke Presley has a very apologetic face? We
It
love
was
Luke
just the
Presley.
way.
Sorry that I had to spend time with you.
It's just it was just the way he waved. It was like the best. Like I think like during our watch party, like our live watch party, somebody said like his face looks like it's apologizing, and then all of us just died laughing.
what the heck?
By the way, Luke Presley, we love you, man. We love everyone there at CIG.
I'm just going to keep the video progressing now.
So a mission is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries.
I actually really
which are
liked the PI
essentially a
Wanted.
form of
That was fun the first
collection,
few times.
Drop off.
It's one of the longest
We have,
standing missions that
eliminate
doesn't
missions,
fuck up.
Which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions.
Unless
which is
someone
go
decides
there
to
and
blow
kill
up your
them,
ship.
destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And
In the
there's
sense that
many
you
more.
can't
The way
leave.
we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill, as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get
Casually
around.
drops his gun.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination
Guarantee
mission,
that
for
wasn't
instance,
intentional
has
as well.
One objective: assassinate a target. But even the most
Shit, we only have
like
one take.
simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item like even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. You know, kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the
Move
most
this box from
complex
one place to the
type
other.
of objective and gameplay things we've tackled.
Good
in
training for a
NFT.
prospect.
With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation. Currently in the
top
game,
hats on, boys.
the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries,
Pirate?
you know, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. You know, we're
Batman.
expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage.
They wanna make you feel
and
like
detective
Batman.
is going to be our focus in MFT.
But I want to
The
be
experience we want to
Spider-Man.
give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and like choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail.
Care Bears don't want to think.
Individual clue and make sure you fully
That's the part
understand
that
it
confused
before
me.
you make your decisions as the detective.
And they'll
The
also
investigation
be
missions are hard enough as it
red
is.
herrings for
If you
only
don't know the
those
ship,
evidence will really
Giving
have to
autonomy
be,
over the players where they actually
poured
have to
for it
think through
poured over
problems.
to
Wow.
be able to determine whether it's
yeah, if they don't know what ship it
actually
is, the
credible
layout,
or
it's
not.
already difficult
We
enough.
also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into, like why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why
Everyone
have
left their
all the ship's
iPad here.
crew come to be dead? Or why has this
Casual
cargo gone
Firefly
missing?
reference
At
there.
the core of
Yep.
this mission, we're really asking the player to use
I
their
like
brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along.
Miro,
I
that's
want you to feel
borderline
like
silence
a
there
detective.
on your
I will
left.
give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide
Nah.
exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch,
It's not much different to a connect the dots or the delivery missions. You're literally just going from one place to another, finding a thing. It's a longer investigation mission as we already have it for like black boxes or something. Go to a place, find the thing, go to another place, find the thing, do the thing, find the thing. I don't think that's too much of a good idea. For the Care Bears, as we mentioned earlier, amazing. But that's
Well,
the
it
same as
depends.
cargo hauling in my eyes.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. It's literally just traveling from point A to point B and then having a point C to go to next. I don't know, like
Great if you want to go like visual scouting, if you want to check out a few planets and moons and you have no other reason to go there. It's great for visually finding out somewhere new to go. But
yeah, this is, I don't know, like it feels like they're trying to create the branching stories, because I've talked about this years ago where they were talking about being able to essentially create storylines, and depending on what pathway you took through a mission, you would go down different pathways. They talked about it years ago, and I guess like they've never actually gotten around to implementing it, and this is kind of like their first attempt at it, because they're talking about like there's potential like pathways that you can end up going down that isn't the correct answer, but you won't know when you submit.
that's gonna be the second thing I think they talk about. So that's the main review. I don't know if for the first part that he just said, it felt more like you've got one guide to follow. Or potentially it has more. No, you're right. It might have multiple routes. You've got your technician there that you need to follow to find him there, and you've got like the pilot is dead somewhere else on another planet. Maybe that's possible.
Like
That's still an
this-
ABC mission.
this is like the precursor to them doing bounty hunting missions. Like this is like, you don't have to take the person down, you don't have to kill them or anything like that. You've just got to essentially follow the breadcrumbs that are left laying around for you, and hopefully you get the right ones.
That's a good shout, actually. I didn't think of that. I thought more it's a precursor to investigation missions for, some pyro squad, I don't know, Mongrel Squad maybe, have blown up a whole cargo freighter. The remains are floating around in space. Someone has to come along and dig through the scraps, figure out what happened along, and that would follow along to whoever did it. That's
Well,
what I was thinking more.
I
But I
think the
think you're
intent
right.
is like, they can create these missions for NPCs, and then once it's fully fleshed out, they can sort of translate that to some kind of player mission where it may not be as convoluted or detailed, but at least it'll be a little more detailed and nuanced than what we currently have now, which is you have a player, you clicked accept on the mission, you follow the marker, you go over there and kill them. So I think development like this and missions like this will, like for the PvE stuff, will eventually benefit the PvP stuff.
I think you're right. Looking at it that way, that's definitely cool.
Yeah, like this, I've talked about it before in the past where like the insurance system is going to be more important to players, and I think than the law system will when it comes to recovering items and, working out who did what. Especially like as the game develops further, we're going to be pushing further out into dead space in order to do piracy hits to reduce the chances of us getting crime stats. So, and with 3.18, if cargo refactor goes away that we think it is, we're not going to bother trying to talk to the crew or anything like that. So really the clues that anybody's going to have that we're committing any sort of acts of piracy are going to be the scraps that are left over from when we board that ship, when we rip the cargo out of it, when we salvage the ship. Anything that gets left behind is essentially the potential beginnings of an investigation mission there. But like this is all like the PvE side of things.
People are in for a rude awakening, aren't they, Agens?
Yes. All right, let's keep watching. Let's listen to more of this.
It's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your answer up to a credible state. I want a literal red herring. Which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like I did it kind of thing, that would get you the bonus for the mission. And both
naked man.
Pitchers have their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch.
It means it probably was not him.
How easy it was to scale, and it involved.
So one of the things that I want to point out here is they're showing this gameplay, and there's going, yeah, you just investigate around, you look around, and it's like, if you had to go out to one of the derelicts, I don't know how many times you guys have gone out to the derelicts, but whenever I've gone out to them, fucking finding things is hard. Finding the boxes, which are, quite large and brightly colored, can be difficult at the derelicts. And what they've got laying around is they've got one naked dude, but then they've got all these essentially bloody tablets laying around the place that you pick up and inspect and read. And I don't know, call me crazy, but those are pretty fucking small. And I think I might have a bit of trouble trying to find those bloody things.
If I'm not working in a group that can all have headlights on, if it's dark, I'm not finding them either. I think that's the point, but who's going to be patient enough to do that? I will, but some people won't.
It just depends on the type of player.
I look at it as though, I'll scour an area for up to 15 minutes. And if I don't find it within that 15 minutes, because it's Star Citizen, I'll think that it's broken. Like that's the thing is like, because of the state of the game and the state of the development of the game, unless there's like a more obvious method of finding things, I'm going to just think
Like-
that this is broken after, looking
Well, I
for
guess
a
that's another
phrase.
way to look at it. I guess there's another way to look at it, and where like when you're doing these missions, I think like a common topic that gets thrown around there a lot is these missions having waypoints, markers, clear objectives on your HUD, and everything like that. We've seen people talk about wanting less HUD elements and giving more agency to the player to actually go out and find the objective, and we've seen other players talk about how they want exact waypoints where things are so they can just move from one thing to another nice and easy. So I guess like the question comes, and the chat can like talk about this as well. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think like these missions, would it be beneficial to have more waypoints and HUD markers so it makes it easier to go to, or do you think it should be less and you should be able to complete the objectives on your own without the needed help for with these waypoints and markers and other HUD elements?
I think the waypoints need to be separated for what the waypoint is waypointing. Like anytime I'm doing a cave mission, if it's on the nighttime or if it's on a planet where the clouds are really low, I'm not finding that hole within 4 kilometers unless I'm going like vertical onto it, because that waypoint disappears once you're in 4K. On the daytime, I can find it easily. But thinking the game's broken, my girlfriend and I played Citizen a few nights ago. We had a black box in the Starfarer. That thing flashes nice and yellow and bleeps. We found it, but it was behind a semi-closed door, and we couldn't get into the room. So we gave up after that point. If I'd have known the Starfarer loadout, maybe I'd have found another way. Or if there was another waypoint, like in Fable has the golden trail on the ground, or other games just have you arrows pointing in a direction. If that was there, just pathfinding a way up there, that would have been way much easier, but I would have found that very boring. And I think that definitely depends on what you're looking for. And I think the FPS radar or general radars and pinging might have something to help with that for wayfinding. Because if you're in Klesha, still remember, however, if you've got your mining tool out, you used to be able to see mining pieces through the walls. You had a heads-up display for that. Finding them in Klesha is also pretty annoying for me. I might be blind, but they're bigger than the tablets. I wouldn't want a god marker though.
No. We'll be looking at it later, but I know CIG is working on improving the interaction system. And I think we'll end up talking about FPS radar, and I think they talk about FPS scanning as well. And I think that's where having a scanner would be helpful in this regard. Because I can tell you now, if one of those tablets is outside and on a moon like Yela, for example, it'll get covered in snow and it'll blend in. And you're going to struggle finding it.
Yeah, especially with wear and tear, because the whole wear and tear system, you have wear and tear on ships, you have wear and tear on actors and their armor and their gear. For all we know, that could also apply to physical items in the world, where I'm going to use the coffee cup example again. If you drop a coffee cup in a snowy environment, that's eventually going to get, iced over, and, it'll turn all white and it'll blend in with the snow and everything. It'll get buried and whatever. So we don't know if
some iced coffee.
Yeah, yeah. We don't know if that's a thing. I don't think they've ever talked about physical items in the world having that sort of wear and tear, but, could be a thing.
If I had better items to search with, not specifically like a scanning tool, but I'm thinking of these light sticks that you have, the pink and orange ones. If we had different colors of that could help see in the dark, or just generally a better flashlight or more people. Because derelicts can get really dark even in the daytime.
Better flashlights.
Or if you're looking in the snowstorm, maybe like a physical extra item. I don't know, that would, like an investigator's toolkit fitting in with the theme of this video. They want to have an investigation profession. How about we have investigation tools?
Yeah. All right, let's continue watching and see what else I have to say.
Involved less complex narrative work, but we ultimately decided to go for the second because we like the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they would.
You could tell we watched the videos earlier.
I wasn't
So
that
we're in
drunk
the
at this point,
prototype phase with
so
investigation
I still
mission,
remember parts.
which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people. And we're looking into being able to find the mobiles in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, keypad locked doors, enemies, traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. It is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobiles, which should really help with this.
So that got me thinking about pretty much how they're going to build these out. And one of the problems that they've got, one of the strengths of that was the Kovalex mission is also its major weakness in that it's a bespoke mission. So when it was built, because that mission came from 3.0, it's been around since then. And it has been able, they've kept it in the game and they've kept it up to date and working throughout every single iteration. And part of the reason why is because it's a bespoke mission. But they can't modify it, they can't update it to the new systems because it's a bespoke mission that was built nearly 4 years ago now. So it's interesting to hear that they're going down this path and how they're actually, they're talking about being able to tell different stories. And the thing about this is that I don't like the idea that there's going to be designers dedicating a lot of time to creating these stories. In the sense of exactly what we've got with the Kovalex mission where it's bespoke. So I'm kind of curious that they never mentioned that they were creating these stories in a way that they could be kind of mixed and combined with each other. Because I know years ago they talked about how missions like investigations would be, to a certain degree, procedurally generated, where they would be, the designers would create different components of a story mission, and then they would have a background tool that would stitch them together for a mission sequence that a player could actually play out, and it'd have different pathways that would go down so that it could vary. And the idea was that no mission was going to be the same as another one if you did this type of mission. So it was
What's that saying they've been coining recently? The only constant in development is change.
Yeah, this this still feels like it's bespoke. Like they're still doing a bespoke system that has bespoke stories and a bespoke pathway, or bespoke pathways involved with a single story, as opposed to having multiple stories that can be blended together or reconfigured to tell new stories. So I don't know if they intentionally withholding that information, or this is like their first iteration in going down this path so that they can set themselves up for that. Because the most obvious route for them to take is to build out the tool that allows them to create that. But for the first lot of missions for testing, it's literally just, you know, like the designer goes in and creates the pathways manually. And then as they build up a library of stories and pathways that you can take, then they start hitting the generate button. And, you know, when a player picks up a mission, the mission generates automatically, you know, and procedurally, so that it's not the same as what somebody else is. Because one of the problems that you're going to have with these particular missions is some content creator who's looking for bloody clicks is going to make a mission bloody guide for these things and, you know, like pretty much ruin it for everyone else. So yeah.
Yeah, so you go look at this starfare. If it's positioned northwards to northeast, you mean your first clue is in the first entrance on the left door, and
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm expecting to happen, and that's why I'm hoping that they still push in that direction of being able to procedurally generate these missions by merging and meshing stories.
Yeah, I feel like it's inevitable though. Like with these kind of story-based missions, like the first man in charts the path, and then everyone else follows it after, without that much challenge.
If it is going to be a bespoke story, definitely if a content creator decides to run that for everyone, I'm going to be annoyed. But I wouldn't mind if it was then locked behind reputation. If there was a massive story going on that you already figure out later on in the time. Don't know if that's going to be way too big of a scope, but I'm just imagining you do a small few missions and you realize, hang on, wait, this ship came from Kovalex. That's all connected together, but that's just kind of a big, exciting solo story thing. I think from earlier you said, Agens, that you're not sure if it's like hidden on purpose or if it's just not in plan yet. They did say at the beginning that this is such an early concept they didn't want to show us in the first place. I think it's more the latter, that they just aren't at a place yet where they can like suitably prep to have that auto generation kind of thing, and I think that's what I'm hoping for as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
If it's just a case of changing the names like we currently have with half the PvE missions, it's just a name change really, a randomly generated dead body somewhere or a ship in space. I'd kind of find disappointing. I do want different stories behind it, different ways of solving the puzzles.
Well, let's finish this off.
A few speedrun guides.
Yeah.
Speedrun this video.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience,
I don't know about you guys, but that part made me laugh.
Is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
All right. So,
what made you laugh so much, Dobbs? Or not?
What made you laugh, Dobbs?
Yeah, I just but they still don't know, and they like it's all subject to change. I like that's not like necessarily a dig. I just think that, you know, the whole, it's based on, I mean, like, card is subject to change, and
yes, that's right.
Yeah, so it's like it's also like the everything that was discussed may not be applicable at all when we actually see it in game. This is sort of the takeaway that I got from that statement, which is,
I think at the very
which I think can
least
be
it's
applied to everything that
close.
you see and read on from Robert Space Industries. But hey,
That's
I'll be the
true. But I
rebel
think
guy.
the fact that it was still part of the stream means it's at least close to what they recorded back then. However old the video is, the recording.
Art is subject to change, chat. You need to understand these things.
I almost feel like at this point they really don't need to be saying that. But then you go to Spectrum and then you see what people post,
Oh my
and then
God,
you
yeah.
remind
Oh my
yourself
God.
that, buddy, you know, there's a reason why there's warning labels on things. All right. Well,
Lollipop, warning, choking hazard.
yes, exactly.
There really should be a warning label going into Spectrum. Thoughts on that?
Kind of like the what was it, the terms and conditions that you have to click on every time you go
Yeah,
to
the
play
terms
the
and
game.
conditions that you have to click before entering the game.
Or the was it the one for the progress tracker?
Yeah, the caveats.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's silence over there for everybody on the left-hand side of the screen. Thank you very much for joining us for this one, Silence. I'm going to switch over to the camera, my face camera. You'll still be able to hear Silence.
You can't see my
Alrighty.
pretty face anymore. That's been reserved.
No,
And
you
can
can't see
find
his
Silence on
pretty face
Twitch
anymore.
at BorderlineSilence. He is doing a playthrough of
Do we have a
Subnautica at
link?
the moment. Be sure to drop by Silence's stream, give him a shout, have a good time. You heard it
Do
here
all the
first.
things. We're also going to put the links in the description of the video as well.
Yeah, it's not there now, Agens. I'm looking at the description and I don't see them now, and
Yeah,
I
that's
am
right.
actually, I'm like, you're so until I see that, you're basically lying to me. I don't appreciate that. Like, I need to see the
I'll
links.
put it in there later. I can't do it right now. There's only so many things I can do, Dobbs.
Now, listen, I'm going to remind him, because here's the thing. For those that are watching on VODs right now, see, and I see you, and I know you exist. Okay, for those that are watching on VODs right now, you're going to look at the description, and you're going to see the links to all the guests' channels and socials and everything, and it's going to be because of me. All right, I'm just going to say that right now. I reminded him. I'm doing it here and now. Accountability is a real thing. It's going to happen. All right.
Post VOD edit here. It wasn't Dobbs. It was me all along. Mwahaha.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep that. All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Silence. I'll get you to jump out of the channel. I'll get our next guest to drop in right now if she's listening, or else I'll just send her a quick DM.
Punctuality is very important, chat. In the
Yes,
meantime,
it
let's do a
is.
music check. Chat, what are you listening to? What music are you listening to during the stream?
Hello.
To make it
Hello.
easier, to make it more, to fill the ambiance. Tell us what you're listening to.
All right, you may have just heard, whilst you're typing away in chat, I'll keep talking. You may have just heard the next guest drop in. You may already know of her as Hannah or Experia 8888. I don't know, I've never had to spell out your name that full.
I mean, yeah, Experia is what I normally go by online, although my in-game name is Hannah. So, I mean, Hannah's my actual name. So, there's that.
Oh god, I feel bad.
Now I am also under the impression, Hannah, that along with your contributions and membership in Mongrel Squad, you have some other means of content creation. I heard that you stream and make some content. Is that right?
I do. I occasionally make content.
Occasionally.
Piracy this patch has been questionable for solo players. Although I do mainly play with the org now. It's hard to make your own content now. But yeah, when piracy picks back up, hopefully in 3.18, I'll try and get that back going. I do occasionally stream and make videos not related to piracy, but yeah.
She also does some really cool 3D models.
Sometimes.
Didn't you make a 3D model like a couple of months ago of it was a It was like some kind of device. It was some kind of in-game device. I don't know if it was a weapon or not. Like,
Yeah, it was a plasma revolver.
Oh, plasma revolver. Okay, nice.
The most recent one
In the
was
sort of style of
double-barreled. What was it? Double-barreled
shotgun,
lightning. Yeah. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
I wish.
Yeah, I've
wish
just
I had
been
an imagery
developing
for
my sort of
skill
art.
sets.
Yeah.
Someone who dips their fingers in many pies, Chad. You guys should be envious of things
I
like that.
do not like the way you worded that.
Oh god. All right. Now we do have a camera set up for Hannah.
Is that working?
I just need to quickly do the things for it on my end, but we should be able to see it in a moment. I'll make sure I got the right
Now, this
link.
is a topic of discussion that you must be really excited to speak on, Anna.
Wait, what was that, Dobbs?
I said this is a topic of discussion that you must be pretty eager to speak on. Is that right?
Oh boy, you have no idea.
Mm-hmm. You guys are in for some hot takes.
Is the camera working?
Yes, it is. Everybody say hello to Hannah. Face reveal. There you go.
I've posted my face in the Gilded a bit and on Twitter, but yeah, I haven't done my hair or anything, so it looks kind of bad. But
That's
yeah.
all right, mate. That's okay. All right. So here we are. We are here for probably one of the most coolest and most anticipated upcoming changes to flight combat.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And Juan's already saying that you forgot the cat ears. That's all right.
I found the cat ears for a tiny bit. Okay.
No, there's
That's okay.
there's some in the background. All right, listen. You guys need to relax. All right. Okay. Greatness takes time. All right. So you just need to sit there and just relax. All right.
All right. So the need for multiple speeds. I'm just gonna get this video started because after watching this, even in my drunken state, I was really excited for this particular change. Mainly because of the lamenting from all the fucking Care Bears. And if you go to Spectrum,
I have something to say about that.
if you go to Spectrum, you see it all there. Anyway, let's get this started.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems, which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe. We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time.
You said the word.
So we need ships that can act
Yeah, but you said it's not about that.
ways
That's all this
for
game
all
is
of those
about.
different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we've kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. And also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. There's
I'm
always
actually
got to be plus and
refilling right now.
minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
Just something that I wanted to point out, everything that they're talking about right now is based on the next flight model that they want to release eventually, not on the current one. Just so that nobody gets confused.
Yeah, it's all iterative.
Know
Like, I'm
what I
pretty sure
mean?
they even said when they released the current flight model that it's not the end goal. And when I think they released this in what, 310, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
But I mean, like, go ahead.
yeah. So it's kind of like that right now. Like light fighters are very good 1v1, and I think heavy fighters do shine quite a lot in big fights. But medium fighters right now, they really just are not really anything. But apart from that, I think they've kind of got that right for the current flight model as well.
Yes, I think like they really do need to tune the flight model to assist medium fighters a lot better. And then just, I wouldn't say buff medium fighters, but balance them a bit better so that their capabilities are able, like, making them just the middle of the road fighters doesn't help them that much. And yes, like Taz points something out, and this is something that I've been saying for years, like ship armor needs to get added before they can really start balancing the game. But this, these new flight modes are a really good start.
And then additionally to that, we have racing, just really fast at changing the velocity vectors, and interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance and the
EMPs and
load
QED?
of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are
Sorry, can we talk
well,
about that?
they're just slogging
Yes.
heavy ordnance at low.
So they specifically say that interceptors are going to have like special hardware, and they haven't really said anything beyond that. And I want to know what they mean by that.
Well, what
Yeah.
do we think it means, chat? I said EMPs and QEDs, and perhaps other unique devices.
But they show the one interceptor that doesn't have that, which is the 300 series. So that really makes me wonder.
Doesn't one of the Origin series have a tractor beam?
Yeah, that's the Explorer variant.
315p, but that's the
Yeah.
Explorer one.
Yeah. Okay.
So
The interceptors are the 325A and technically the 350R, I guess.
yeah, so there's more to, like, you got the interceptors, like, that will have the speed to catch up to ships, but there's also the tools that we use. So EMP, QED, and distortion weapons. Now, we know that they were trialing, what was it, EM missiles doing distortion damage instead of physical damage or explosive damage. And then they quickly reverted that change. So we could actually see the implementation, or the re-implementation of distortion-based missiles. Because interceptors are also able to operate at higher speeds, we're also potentially looking at looking at that, whilst some ships are trying to quantum boost as they're trying to spool up to start boosting, they're slowly speeding up, but the interceptors are on them, and they're still in SCM during that phase. Like the Mantis, to me, this change just made the Mantis like one of the most important tools in a pirate's toolbox, and even the bounty hunter's toolbox now. Like if you don't have a Mantis, you're pretty much wasting your time trying to chase down a target. Because as some people have pointed out,
every fleet needs a QED.
Yeah,
every fleet needs a QED right now.
As chat's been pointing out, like the defense for cargo haulers or industrial ships is just hold down W and go as fast as you can, or like quantum boost away, which is what a lot of people are saying. And it's like, well, they're already doing it now. The only difference that we're really going to encounter is like the lack of shields and weapons as you're in quantum boost. And for us, like, we use pack tactics in order to take down larger ships. Like, that's the way it works. So for us, when we start seeing a ship that may go into quantum mode, we'll be looking to pretty much pummel it. And we may try and time our Mantis to not activate their QED until they're about to do that, in order to force them into a position of disadvantage even further as they're trying to spool up their quantum drive.
It's like baiting them into QCM before we initiate QED.
Yeah,
and I think for the Mantis, it will really need to have the ability to deploy its QED while the Mantis is in QCM, so that it could technically intercept ships that are currently in QCM and then pull them into SCM.
Yeah, I think what'll happen is that if you dampen a ship, like either snare or just regular dampener, if you dampen a ship that's in QCM, it will default back into SCM.
Yeah,
like I don't think
they said that.
Yeah, the ship won't remain in QCM. So
it's but what the Mantis needs to be able to do is charge up its snare while it itself is in QCM. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I want to
that definitely makes sense.
We'll keep watching the video, because when we get to the UI for going into quantum boost, there's something that I want to talk about there, but we may end up talking about other stuff before then. But yeah, let's keep this going.
Larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships.
3 for weapons.
But they're not really good at killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So it's interesting that they're talking about naval-based combat, because naval-based combat is more reliant on long-range weapons and your firing solutions. And normally the battles take longer. And then the example that they use are constellations, which have predominantly pilot-controlled weapons. On a naval ship, the helmsman does not control the weapons. So, personally, I think it's a poor visual example, but like if they had 2 hammerheads going at it, it would have been a better example. But it's interesting that they're pointing that out, because what that means is that if you want to be engaging in larger ships, they're not going to be encouraging you to close. But they also talk about like position mattering and your shield faces mattering and presenting the correct shield faces. And if you read a lot of sci-fi books, and if they've got shield technology in them, one of the tactics that you use is to roll your ship to present the unaffected shield size as soon as the shields start to go down.
All power to port shields.
Yeah, and all that sort of stuff. And the thing about that is like the multi-crew side of things really hasn't come about because there's really hasn't been a need for those extra positions or somebody managing those sorts of positions. But we may end up seeing that being forced upon players when we get this type of these speed changes. So it'll be interesting because, like, trying to escape from a fight, and this is one of the things that I just want to point out, and to me it seems to be a consistent theme for why these changes were introduced. It's to force people to have to make a decision. You're either going to fight or you're going to run. And if you're going to run, you're going to have to commit to running. And if you're going to fight, you have to commit to it. You can't just decide, oh yeah, I'm just going to take a few pot shots. Oh shit, I'm losing. I'm just going to bail. It's like, if you're going to fight, you commit to it. And if you're going to die, you fucking go down swinging. So it's interesting that they're trying to apply that same principle to naval combat.
So the purpose of ship rules is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about, over the past, kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
Now, this is the good part.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed. We've tried adjusting handling at speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting. And it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and the target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented. So rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged.
So I think by that, they mean they want smaller ships to be faster in SCM than big ships. Like, that is such a specific thing, because they want small ships to flex their speed. Is what they said, right?
The speed and maneuverability.
So I think that means
Yeah. I have a hunch that all SCM speed on pretty much all the ships are going to get reworked, or they're going to get changed to some degree.
For sure. But what I think that could mean for us is that the Mantis and other QEDs could be just way faster in SCM. Because right now there is very minimal between really big ships and like the Mantis or small ships.
Yeah. Well, you have like your top speed in standard control mode, but then you have the additional boost, which basically I think doubles your SCM speed. And I'm not sure.
They didn't say exactly what it was, but it looked like you got an extra 200 meters a second or so.
It's pretty significant, So.
Yep.
And then you have boost management and everything like that, and which leans more towards capacitor gameplay and all that stuff. So. Yeah, I guess we have to see how it all like plays out with speed management and all that, because I don't think it's like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This was one of those like on Spectrum. Somebody was bringing up a concern that, like these speed changes essentially make solo ships, like the whole A and the Prospector and that, not viable to use because they can't really defend themselves and they're not really able to run away because they can't fight back. And if they're going to do anything to try and escape, as soon as they try and go into QCM, as their shields are going down to spool up their quantum drives to boost away, they're just getting pummeled by the fighters who are able to just keep up and keep weapons on them. And this person that was making the Spectrum post was concerned because they're like, you're pretty much killing solo play with this, and it's like, well, to a certain degree they are, because we're playing an MMO. Like, if you're going to be doing solo gameplay, you're going to have to be in a special area for it where it's heavily policed, and the chances of somebody showing up to shoot at you are greatly reduced. Stanton is not that system. And the problem is within a lot of this community is that we've been in this one particular fishbowl for so long now that everything that they change in this game is, people view it from the perspective of, oh, if it happens in this system, that's it. It's the same thing across every system. These changes...
And because Stanton...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So, because Stanton is so... we've had it for so long, I think everyone's kind of fitted their own views of what the game is going to be around this specific system, which is probably not great, because I think lawful players think Stanton is lawful. And it's like, so, and Stanton is the middle. It is the average
It's sort of
system.
like it's a medium. It's like they're like in between lawful and unlawful. It's like,
I mean, Crusader can't even protect their own city against a pirate gang. It's not that lawful.
Siege of Orison, dude. And like, they even have missions, like the missions that they're creating have like Ninetales occupants, like on those platforms. I have like small little Ninetales occupants that they're going to put in these missions. That's not Siege of Orison. It's like, super secure, right, guys? They're doing a great job over there. Shout out to Crusade.
But the thing about this is like the changes that they're putting into, like with the speeds and that, is to make players, be conscious of their capabilities with the ships that they're using. Like, industrial ships aren't supposed to be combat ships. They're not supposed to be able to fight back as well as a combat ship, or else you just use those ships to do combat and then the industrial tasks.
And I actually have an addendum to say to that, because I did see a post on Spectrum. It was similar to the one that you talked about, where they they mentioned like solo ships, but they also talked about like large freighters, like large cargo hauling ships. Like, oh my god, like with these changes, like large cargo hauling ships are at such a disadvantage. And it's like, well, and I feel like there's this weird notion, especially for a lot of like Care Bears and industrialists, where they think that they can take their huge cargo ship, like their C2s, their Caterpillars, their Carracks, their Banu Merchantmans, their whatever, and be able to take on the world by themselves, alone, in their big cargo ship. And it's like, no, that's never been the intent up until this point, and it's not the intent going forward. So it's like, okay, how do you counter this? How do you survive in these fights? Multi-crew, turret gunners, escorts, planning better routes, all of these things. Like, all of this, you have autonomy over your own gameplay, and you can't expect gameplay systems and development to do it for you.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I think with these changes, bigger ships, at least when they're defending themselves, i.e. from pirates, will have the advantage, because if your fighters as a pirate can only go 300 meters a second and sort of orbit around that big ship, they are going to be turret meat. They are going to get eaten alive.
They get fucking shredded.
And if they have escorts, then it's even harder, which I think it's a great change as well.
Yeah, because if you talk about like anchors in dogfights, right? Like, you have an anchor that basically sits there slow, and your teammates basically hover around that and control the fight in that sense. Let's say if a group of pirates are attacking an industrial ship, a large freighter like a Hull C or a Carrack or whatever, and it basically tanks or turtles into that SCM mode with its turret gunners, its escorts, like that. If the crew and that group knows what they're doing, that will be extremely hard to capture and take control of. So it's like, you really need to understand the benefits of some of this from an industrialist standpoint, and what you can do so long as you are prepared for it. What's that saying that you commonly use, Agens?
Well, prior preparation and planning prevents piss poor performance.
Yeah, you hear that, chat?
Like,
that's the thing right there.
We do our due diligence. We prepare when we go out. Like, we don't just magically happen to be in the right ship at the right time when we find a target. Like, we're out there hunting for targets, and we put ourselves in specific ships that are terrible at dogfighting other bloody, combat capable ships, but we use them because they allow us to be able to achieve piracy. So we prepare ourselves.
Do you understand? don't you understand that pirates are an unstoppable force according to Spectrum and cannot be defeated at any point
Oh my
by
God.
preparation or
Oh my
they're
God.
pirates are just an omnipotent.
I'm gonna fucking throw something.
You know, like
Oh
our
my
videos, pretty much our videos demonstrate exactly that, and that's the impression that they've got. You know, they just see our videos and they're like, we can't defend against that. You know, as opposed to like trying to work out ways of doing it, they just cry to CIG and go, give us PvE servers.
So much.
The fact of the matter
The biggest
is,
tell for this as well. The biggest tell for this when I do piracy, and I as people know, I used to do a lot of boardings like by myself, and like a solid 95% of boardings, the people on board just had a white suit and no guns, no armor. They were just like no one prepares in this game, and it's like just prepare, just bring a fucking gun and you'll win, because like defending a ship is so easy.
yeah, like moles are so easy to defend. Just wait until they come up the ladder.
Yeah,
and shooting them in the face.
Hercules as well.
Yeah, like
Hercules is actually like straight up impossible to attack if the crew has any idea what they're doing.
So annoying.
It's like physically impossible because you can't get out of that ladder animation in time.
But as Dobbs was pointing out,
they do talk about traversal though. Go ahead, Agens.
Yeah, as Dobbs pointed out though, like we will eventually see it where, you know, industrial ships, some of them will start cluing on, and they'll start manning their turrets, and they'll have a couple of escorts there. And one of the things that, you know, a lot of security orgs are going to have to learn is that their job is not to kill the pirates. Their job is to save the person that they're defending. Which means that you don't always have to kill the pirates in order to do that. The person that you're defending just needs to get away. That's the most important thing. So you don't have to kill the pirates, you just need to stop them from being able to do what they're trying to do. And that's one of the...
So many times.
Yeah.
Sorry. This ping probably makes it seem like I'm cutting you off a lot, but so many times we find escorts for ships, and even though it's rare, when we do, it's so easy to just distract the escort and get them away from the ship they're protecting. Like they will just focus on like a random fighter that we have, and they'll just like leave, and then we just get to do whatever we want with the trader. Happens every time.
Because, like, one, I think it's poor game design where they treat, you know, like Red is dead. You would have seen the reactions to Eradicator's videos recently where, you know, he ended up getting into a dogfight and got baited essentially into getting a crime stat. And it was because, you know, like the principle of Red is dead. You know, like red means hostile, not criminal. And people
did they
don't
do the
understand
thing
that.
where they just shot close to him to sort of bait him into fighting?
They just didn't do enough
Is that what they
damage.
did?
Some of the shots landed on Eradicator's ship, but he's in a heavy fighter and the guy he's fighting is in a light fighter. So it was like, you know, the heavy fighter is going to be able to take a higher threshold of damage before they start considering that light fighter as a, you know, a hostile.
But then whenever CIG before they had that, people complain about friendly fire giving them instant CS3 or whatever.
Exactly.
Like you can't have it both ways.
That's right. That's exactly right. But you know, going back to what's going on here, like what CIG is doing is making players, like essentially making players make decisions. And the point that I was getting around to before was that industrial ships are supposed to fear combat ships. That's one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is like you're supposed to be afraid of like those combat ships because of what they're capable of. And you're expected to prepare accordingly. Now you don't have to be able to fight back to defend yourself. You just need to be able to, you know, like plan your security in a way that you can defend yourself either through having someone else do the defending for you or having enough situational awareness about yourself that you can run away before those pirates get close to you. And that's one of the problems that we have, like we see it in the game, like pirates are in this unique position where we observe players so much and like we'll just be watching them. And, you know, the famous Mongrel Squad phrase, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like we say it so many times, every single hit you will say it. And the irony
We
is,
have it on
like,
a T-shirt.
yeah, the irony is that we'll have new people join us who have never been on a hit with us before, and they will say it naturally
it's
when
so
we're
funny
there
when that
watching them.
happens.
And
We'll be like, "Oh, he said the thing."
yeah,
He said the
and
thing.
that's right. But it's true, because players do some of the most random things, which is why I never feel bad when we destroy them, because they're like, oh, you wasted all my time. And it's like, dude, you fucking spent 30 minutes sitting at an outpost in your ship. We didn't waste any of your time.
I will never understand why players just randomly decide to sell their Quantinium at Hurston. Like, why?
Yeah.
It's gotten us so much. It's like left us like, oh, we're gonna get this hit finally, and there's just this fucking C2 full of Quantinium goes to like Crusader or Hurston for a Mark Up, and it's like, why? Either you're very, very smart or very, very dumb. But
yeah.
It's funny how often those two things are related to each other.
With Star Citizen all the time.
All right, let's keep this going.
Engaged in the combat, because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And even if we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
Sorry, did we miss something, Hannah?
Oh no, I just said hi, Donnie.
Oh, all right. Yes, Donnie, hello. We see you.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
I say that every time.
I mean...
This fucking name. Alright, I understand that it comes from bloody fighter pilot bloody stuff. I fucking hate the name.
Was this your first Spectrum meltdown? Agens' first time on Spectrum?
Probably for the month. No, I really hate this name. And I've got a second post up on Spectrum now. The first one got closed, which means that it didn't get locked. It got closed, which meant deleted because of the label that I put on it.
Oh, I thought you deleted that. Oh, shame.
No, that was the moderation team that did that.
Shame.
I reposted it.
I don't think it's that big a deal. I think it's just a bit odd because there are also operator modes as well, and they're very similar names.
The reasoning behind this is that because we do a lot of training because we do a lot of training and we're an international organization, we have a lot of people that don't speak English as their first language. So when it comes to using specific phrases and terms, we want to try and unify the language in a way that it's simplistic so that people who don't natively speak English as well as others can remember those same terms. And the easiest way that you can achieve that is by keeping the definition of a name as close to the description of what it actually means. When you look at the name Master Modes, it has nothing to do with what you're about to hear in terms of what they're actually talking about. So non-English speakers who are still learning how to speak English, they're going to look at this and they're going to struggle a bit more than what they would if they were aptly named what I'd like to call flight control modes.
They
But
did
the
say
thing-
the names weren't final, right?
Everything, it's just Star Citizen, so they say nothing's final, just so
Yeah.
that they can cover their asses and change things later. But yeah, that was my point. They didn't like the title because I accused the marketing intern of naming in-game mechanics, and they didn't like that. So I reposted it and told them that Master Modes is a poor name for flight control mode.
You did get a response from Winter in the Discord chat, didn't you?
Yeah.
What did he? I forgot what he said.
Well, apparently they had named it internally. So I know that I was having I was poking them in the ribs about it, having a bit of a joke, saying, like, stop letting the marketing intern name your bloody mechanics. But it is what it is. Let's listen to this, because this is awesome. When I was watching this part, I was actually getting really excited for flight combat again.
You were
This was the
giddy,
best
weren't you,
talk by
Agent? That's the
far.
first time ever, I think.
No, I was quite drunk, so I may have been giddy from that. I couldn't tell.
So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line.
Can we talk about that, actually?
And you have
Yes.
a lot of debuffs when you're trying.
Because that is really, really big. Because that means if you're running away, you can't just backstrafe anymore. You got to sort of point in the direction your ship goes. Yeah.
It's also like
no more Connies, just pretending to be a turret.
Yeah, just the old bloody backstrafe and shoot, trying to bait people into.
Why is it always Connie pilots?
Chasing you.
Yeah, that's actually a common trend.
Because that's how they beat the bounties.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh, that's true.
Them retros are fucking thick.
The other thing as well is, they actually spoke about this a couple of years ago during a CitizenCon where they wanted to differentiate the flight characteristics of the different species of ships. So human ships are mains-centric. So your main thrusters are what drives your ship. So you'll be, going forward is your best way of movement. Your maneuvering thrusters will give you the ability to maneuver to a certain degree, but they're not that great. Whereas the Xi'an are different in that they are maneuver-based thrusters. So they're not main-centric, or their main maneuvering, or their main thrusters are also their maneuvering thrusters. So They don't only go fast in a straight line, but they can also strafe really well. And what this change does is it creates that, distinct difference between human ships and the Xi'an, at least. The Tavaran would be the same. Yeah, that's the thing, is it brings it closer to being able to achieve that, and we can start experiencing ships with greater differences in capability. And what we'll see, because the majority of the ships are main centric anyway, is that a lot of tactics will be based on, flying, trying to use your main thrusters, reorientating your ship to, bring your main thrusters to, essentially flip and burns to arrest, significant changes in movement. Whereas if you go up against a Xi'an Scout, for example, you're gonna be fighting slightly different. It's going to be able to maneuver, significantly different, probably more closer to what we have now when we have, these flight changes. So what we're looking at is the creation, of the distinct movements of, different ships. And what we may end up seeing is ships that have, human ships may end up being manufactured to mimic that sort of stuff later on down the track, but we'll have to wait and see.
Or we already have the Reliant.
Yeah.
Which is a joke, but it's there. It's technically Xi'an.
Gotta love it, man.
Right, there's a question here. Flo the Schlappen. Hopefully I said your name right. Hello there. Hi.
Hello.
So does it mean that pirates will not be able to intercept a C2 because they will be in weapons mode and the C2 will be in runaway mode? We have no idea, really.
My RSI Mantis will be in C2 mode.
So, based on what we'll hear in this video, because I've already watched it, we've all already watched it, the use of more than likely QED to prevent that C2 from going into runaway mode will be...
So they have confirmed. They have confirmed that QED will not let you go into QCM mode.
Yeah,
if you are in a QED, you will be stuck in SEM mode.
So that means that they're going to have to learn to fight. And this goes back to the point where industrial ships are supposed to fear combat ships and that they should prepare accordingly. So if it's a multi-crew ship, you got turrets on the thing. If you don't want to play with other players, when the blades come in or the NPC, the horrible NPCs, you can use them. But until that point, you're going to have to deal with the fact that you're going to have to put a turret gunner in. Or else, just try and fight us off. If you're in a Herc, you just got to wait at the ladder and just shoot us all in the head as we're trying to come up.
I'm sorry for laughing, but I like how some people are starting to call it runaway mode.
Yeah.
That's so true, though. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
To boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time.
If anybody's done piracy in Elite Dangerous, what does this look like to you?
Super Cruise.
So my favorite, one of the things I actually liked about Elite Dangerous, one of the very few things, was the way that you interdicted other ships to pirate them. I thought it was one of the coolest things that you could do because it was more skill-based. Like, it was an actual skill-based mechanic, and essentially, when you were trying to interdict
I can't believe
someone,
you say that.
it's one of the few things
about my mantising.
What? Hey, I never said that using the mantis in this game doesn't require skill. It was just, this was one of the few things in Elite Dangerous that required a lot of skill to be able to do well against other players. And I was like, when I was doing it in Elite Dangerous, I really wanted this in Star Citizen. And now that I'm seeing this, quantum boost, potentially we could have that, which is why I would like to be able to use, charge a snare whilst in quantum boost and chase a target down and try and get close enough to them in, optimal range. And once you're in optimal range, try and bomb them out and rip them out of quantum boost. And, the way that it worked in Elite Dangerous was that you had a target that you had to hit, and the person that you were trying to interdict could see the target that you were trying to hit, and their job was to try and avoid it, but they were limited in their movement because of them being in Super Cruise. If they tried to pull themselves out or slow down, you're going to be able to catch them. So your aim as a pirate was to interdict them, keep the target on the bullseye long enough that it disrupts their Super Cruise drive. I can't remember exactly what it was called. Disrupt that and rip them out of Super Cruise. And essentially, if you did it right, they were powered down and at your mercy. At which point you deploy your limpet drones to, go to the ship and start cracking the hulls.
I mean, I think it would have to be quite different for Star Citizen. Definitely no power down when you pull them out. That would be incredibly broken. Although it would be accurate to the RSI Mantis trailer, but we'll go past
That's what I was about to say. It's like they show that in the trailers.
But what they don't show is actually like J-Dogs and Nola in Avenger Warlocks behind it.
Yeah.
But I think you probably want to simplify it a bit for Star Citizen, because Star Citizen, despite what people think, it is actually the features are quite simplistic, I guess. So I think what they do is just have the Mantis sort of fly into the path and then deploy the snare. That's what I would do, at least. And I mean, the Mantis Q&A did state it's going to have a tracker. Like, you'll be able to track people going through quantum travel. And that really sort of aligns with this quantum boost.
Yeah. What I liked about doing that in Elite Dangerous was, like, you're actually chasing your target down. Yeah, it felt like that. If you watch the nature documentaries where you're watching the cheetah chase down the antelope, like, you felt like the predator trying to go for your prey. And sometimes the antelope gets away. And that's the thing about this, is like, it creates that opportunity there. Whereas, like, with the current iteration of what we have with the snare, it's like they trip it and that's it. They're stuck. They've got to. When we get this, they're going to have to fight, which they should. But at the same time,
when it comes to,
go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So when it comes to the snare in Star Citizen, in its current implementation, all you have to do to completely avoid it is just go around, and it's that easy to just not get snared. And
we should bring
I don't like that. I don't like that. I think that it should be like Elite, where it as the prey still has a chance to get away, but if the pirate is good enough, they can skill their way into catching it instead of just sort of lucking their way into having it. Because right now the only snare skill required is not dying and just being in the right place.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I was really hoping that eventually Star Citizen would look at implementing Elite Dangerous's method of interdiction. And the way I see it, like, Elite Dangerous is dead anyway, so, you know, they're not really going to complain.
Oh, hot take.
You know, like, what was it? What was the FPS thing that they ended up doing? Odyssey?
Oh, Odyssey.
Pretty much killed their game doing that. And then they took it all off.
Yep.
Then they took it off consoles. So it's like, you know, it's on its deathbed.
Yep.
It's on its deathbed. So, you know, let's just be inspired by Elite Dangerous's interdiction mechanics and just implement them.
Can we get some 07s in chat for Elite Dangerous?
I think we should all add Commander to the front of our usernames out of respect.
It's just CMDR. Fucking hell, man.
Have you guys seen that Star Trek film? I think it was like Prometheus or something. No, not Prometheus. It was something else. But they have that scene where they're in warp, and you just see this giant spoilers, this giant ship coming up behind them, and then basically just pushing them out of the warp sort of tunnel. I really want to see that sort of cinematic thing with Star Citizen, where you have this RSI Mantis just coming up behind, charging its snare, and then just deploying.
I was just thinking of like the Reclaimer chasing a ship and then using its claw to just grab it and just pull it out of quantum travel that way. Just latching onto the ship and then just pulling itself out of quantum travel. It would look
just start salvaging mid quantum travel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep this going.
I want to fire my lasers while I'm in quantum travel, so they just go right through my windscreen.
And it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel
to do
very long range jumps between planets. So
OM markers on that quantum jump on that quantum boost screen. I swear, like if you go back to where we were showing Daymar, there were like OM markers and stuff.
Might have been OM markers,
the circles, the small circles. I know that if I press play, it's just going to jump ahead 10 seconds back to where we were before.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't want to do it. But yeah, it does look like that.
Sorry, I just didn't see that before.
Yeah, you can see 4 of them, even though there's 6.
2, 3.
But I think those are the only ones that are.
Well, there's another one right
sight,
there
though.
that you can't see, and then you'd have the other ones on the other side. So yeah. It's interesting. Well, it makes sense because why would you bother, like, you know, spooling to jump to an OM?
Well, here's the thing.
Just
you know
boost
what? I think if a point of interest is in range of a quantum boost, it might be highlighted on your HUD. Like if a station's in range of a boost, or if a planet, or if a moon, or if an OM marker, or if an outpost, or whatever, you can quantum boost to that location or directly to that location, so long as it's in the range of the boost.
Instead of what we've currently got now, where you've got every single potential quantum travel marker that you could go to just pop up in your screen.
Yeah, do you think we'll still have splining to outposts on planets and moons? Do you think that's something we'll still be able to do?
I'm not sure. I think if you're on the other side of the planet, I think it might still be a thing. Or if you're coming into landing zones, perhaps.
I'm just imagining somebody testing it out, and you know they're like, "All right, I'm gonna quantum boost to the other side of this moon, aim down, and just boost straight into the ground."
I'm sure that
it's just so dumb.
Fucking Starfarer into the side of a moon at 0.2 the speed of light will be perfectly fine for the environment.
I would love to see like the VFX and how violently we see just a blur just come down from the sky and explode. Can you imagine? Like, I guess it's just an imagines in chat.
I wonder if like you'll still be able to quantum boost into atmosphere. Because it'd be cool, like just to see like the quantum boost of a ship, like a ship quantum boosting through the atmosphere.
And just immediately fucking explode because they have no shields. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, it would look cool.
Speaking of
it's true
Loki,
that shields are meant to protect against atmosphere. They don't right now, but they're meant to. You're meant to, like, if you re-enter without shields, you're meant to die.
Yeah, I am low-key interested in the quantum travel VFX rework.
That's going to be cool.
That's something that I really want to see because the way it is now, I'm not talking about like first person, like client side VFX. I'm talking about server side VFX. Where if you see somebody exiting quantum travel, I think it should be like a flash light.
You can see.
It's very subtle. It's very subtle.
No. It's really bright if you're like less than a kilometer away. Otherwise, it sort of just renders out. But it's quite amazing seeing it if you're close. But I'm sorry, I just thought I'd bring up the quantum traveling to planets on an outpost because if they keep that the way it is, you're gonna have this weird situation where to go super long distances, you're gonna need to spool and align properly. Then for medium distances, you're gonna have to do this quantum boost thing like they shows in the video. But then if you want to go really short range, you're gonna have to spool again, and that just seems weird to me.
So the way that I understand it is that QCM just allows you to go faster, and then whilst you're in QCM, you can then boost to get to do those medium jumps. And then if you want to travel further, then you must calibrate to jump.
Yes, that's what they said.
Calibrate?
Yes.
Calibrate. Oh no.
No, let's not bedlog and go to Star Marine.
No one's gonna get that outside of Mongrel Squad.
They'll learn eventually. They will learn. All right, let's keep this going.
Whereas you will use allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically, all your capacitor and combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
I counted that as 8 seconds.
Conscious
That's quite a long
choice
time.
of what mode you should be in.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I counted that like when they switched. That was like 8 seconds. That's quite a long time for a small ship.
Well, yeah, because basically what happens to your shields is your shields essentially get pocketed. They don't get shut off. They don't get disabled. They get pocketed essentially. So let's say you're in a fight and your enemy gets your shields down to 37%, and then you go into QCM. All of that remaining shield gets put into a reserve pool, and let's say you get away by some means, and then you go back into SEM. There's a difference in time between your shield regen going back to SEM and then your regular shield regen, which is what we know now. So basically,
sorry. What I meant was sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I'm just like to finish off like the explanation is that
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
You have that short time to get your shields back, but it will return to that 37% that you had when you entered QCM before you have your regular shield generation return. So it's not like you'll get full shields, or it's not like your shields will gradually regenerate while they're in reserve. Like whatever is in your reserve pool at the time you go into QCM is what you'll have when you go back into SEM. Which I thought was really interesting. So
yeah. Oh, yeah, what I was saying is when they switched from SEM to QCM in that clip back there, and obviously it's not final, like it's all work in progress. But they showed it as 8 seconds, that's quite a long time where you have no capacitors and no boost and no nothing. But yeah,
that's what I mean. Like,
that was interesting.
They're making you commit to the fight. Yeah, commit to an action. Get the fuck out early, or commit to the fight. But once
These
again,
changes are so good.
This is one of the reasons why I keep saying, like, we need ship armor in to really be able to, before people can really start complaining about this. Because it's like, if you're in like a huge cargo ship, it's going to be able to take a lot more punishment than a fighter, really. So you're going to go into QCM and try and run away. And unless they're set up right, I think we just lost Hannah. We just lost your camera.
Huh?
Give me a sec. No, you're back.
Uh-oh, yep, she's out of comms now. I don't know.
She just dropped out of comms.
Well,
I'm just gonna hide her camera for now while she gets a. She comes back. Welcome back. Are you back?
Sorry, I lost connection.
That's all right.
Starlink does that sometimes.
Starlink.
Oh, Starlink.
Elon Musk.
Starlink.
Getting connected to the internet.
I'm not a fan of the man, but I gotta say,
Musk.
he like personally sends all of my packets like up to a satellite. That's what he does all day.
Via USB sticks. Yeah, like once ship armor gets implemented and all of that good stuff, then they can really start balancing combat. You know, the speeds for when, you know, like capacitors have to drain and all that sort of stuff when changing between modes. It's one of the reasons why, like, a lot of the people who are just, you know, throwing a tantrum right now that QCM is pretty much going to kill cargo haulers. It's like, only for a little bit. They're going to collect as much data as they can.
Though. It's still not. Because, like, you're at the speed where turrets are really fucking powerful.
Yeah,
like
they need turret gunners for them to work.
That's the point.
That's the thing.
That's the point.
It'll take them a while to pick up on that, Hannah.
It's taken them 9 fucking years to pick up on that.
We'll see how many more years it takes. I think it's going to take a few more.
Oh my gosh. Like, even when armor's implemented, it's not going to save them. They're just going to get boarded. Like, the ships are going to be fucking shut down. They're going to get boarded, and they're going to cry because they're still wearing their fucking white suit with, like, not even an arc light.
With no weapon, just their fists. And then we're going to...
Just their fists.
Then we're just going to tase them, or use the med pen and drug them, and then...
Didn't they say in the monthly report? In the monthly report, they're adding, like, restraints for players. Like, handcuffs and stuff.
You know, honestly, I still wonder if they're calling this game Star Criminal. Alright, let's keep this going.
I mean, you say that, but there's like one PvP mission in the entire game.
Let's keep this going because we're starting to creep into the next segment's time.
At any particular point. So if you feel the threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio, we're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there, but we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing, and we've got the core features, it's there in the game playable, and the difference it's made on the game for us is, it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important.
I'm just pausing there
This is what I
just to
was
let
saying.
that point sink in. Turrets will become more important.
On the off chance that someone who is like very much anti-PvP and will never bring turret gunners watches this video, you heard it here first.
Like, we have been telling everybody how to beat us when we're attacking them as pirates. Escorts and turret gunners. And my favorite part about it is that they, like these Care Bears and industrialists, a lot of them are just stamping their feet and saying, we're not listening.
I think they know. They have to know, right? That like they can't be this ignorant. I think it's just they don't want to have to bring turret.
But
They don't want to have to
Agens-
bring turret gunners.
Agens, I don't want to cut into my own profit to pay my crew and my turret gunners.
Oh my
And
god.
listen, if I'm a security player, I don't want to sit there for 2 to 3 hours and watch my friend buy and sell cargo going from point A to point B. It's just not fun gameplay. Okay, Agens? So just leave me and the rest of my industrial friends alone with this topic of discussion. Because quite frankly, it's triggering. Okay? All right, listen.
I'm sorry, Dobbs, that you feel that way.
That was the most accurate Spectrum impression that I've ever heard.
Yeah, I like to play devil's advocate.
Dobbs just
Oh,
literally
do you want us
summed
to
up.
like counter that?
Go ahead, please.
Oh no! I'm not. I can't. I'm not doing that.
The fact of the matter is that it's a MMO, not a solo game. So you're going to have to interact with people regardless if you want to or not. And you always can end up in a position, confirmed by COG by the way, where you'll be in a position where you could be attacked at any point. And there's a reason why I said attacked and not PvP. Because the AI can still attack you. You could be in terror, mining away in some shitty little asteroid, mining Beryl or something like that. And you could still end up with an NPC pirate showing up. Minutes later, Terra Security should show up and just annihilate that pirate for you. But it's still going to happen. And you may not survive the encounter if you don't prepare accordingly. The fact of the matter is that, you know, we're giving the solution for people to beat us because we want to iterate on our own tactics and our own procedures so that we can improve what we do and have more meaningful and engaging gameplay. The best piracy hits that we have is when the targets fight back.
So fun.
It's like the credits don't matter. Like, it's just numbers going up. Really, right now, it's just numbers going up.
Where's the real value, Agens?
It's in experience.
Can I just say on this point, the most fun piracy hit I've ever had was one where I died because I had a really tense FPS fight on an Argo mole with a bunch of players, and it was brilliant. And it's one of the only ones. It's one of the only hits where I've done a boarding and I've died and I've had an actual fight, and it was so fun because like, oh my god, we're actually having like meaningful gameplay right here, combat that actually like ends up with something happening.
I think one of my favorite hits as well was Agens. You were there for this. This was like back in 310. It was a long time ago, right? I don't know if you remember this, but we stomped a caterpillar down to the ground on aerial, and it was a 2-person crew, and
it got to a point where it was basically a stalemate for about 30 minutes, to where we couldn't push into the bridge because they were doing a pretty good job of holding it. And this was at the time where you could just respawn on a Cutlass Red with full armor, full gear, and, you know, everything like that. So we just kept dying and respawning and kept trying to, you know, push into that bridge till eventually we got a pick on one of the two people inside. And then once that happened, once there was only one person left in there, it was easy for us to push and finally get the bridge under control and take control of the rest of the ship. That was probably one of the most intriguing, intense, and nuanced hits or boarding actions that I've ever been a part of. And they were also part of an organization, so they also had reinforcements coming. So it was really, you know, time was working against us. And I think eventually what happened is that they refused to pay the ransom. It might have been Nova. I'm not exactly sure.
When they showed up, and like,
is there a video on this?
Showed up in a hammerhead, and they said, I think it happened on a stream of mine years ago.
Yeah, and they were like desperate to get their Caterpillar back, and they essentially just watched the Caterpillar and all their cargo just explode right in front of their eyes, which was pretty funny. Like I said, you were there for that, Agens. Like, I remember. You and I were both on that Caterpillar.
Oh, God, I don't remember. Like, the hits just blur now to me. Like, it's... I guess, like, my favorite hit, I've said it multiple times, my favorite hit was Mic Drop. First one. It was like charging up that ramp to go fight the crew in the ship. But, like, we converted Salty Mike when it came to piracy engagements, when it came to Mic Drop 2.0. Because, you know, he went fuck it and pulled out his railgun and just started going ham. And when he started doing that, he realized that it was fun. You know, and that, like,
up until that point,
he
was just sort of like, up until that point, he was just sort of submitting. He wasn't fighting back. He was still mining while you were hitting him.
Yeah. Then he's gone, you know what, fuck it, it doesn't matter, I'm just going to pull out a railgun and see what I can get. And he killed Kanjar. Like, Kanjar was like, what the fuck? What happened to me? And then...
Yeah, Kanjar got porked pretty bad.
And then he was hitting Baron, and Baron was like, holy shit, I'm getting shot at. And then Carlos died because of desync, and then he shot Salty Mike in the dick with a railgun.
Memories.
Yeah, like Salty Mike lost the encounter, but he was like, he enjoyed it, and it gave him a, you know, huge hit of hopium for Star Citizen. Because it was like, when you engage in the gameplay, you make it better for yourself. So instead of sitting there and complaining, oh, you know, the pirates are showing up, bloody, I don't want to deal with this. It's like, look, you know, you got a problem to deal with it. You know, like, just get in there and start trying to deal with what the problem is. It doesn't matter if it's players and NPCs. You may lose. Chances are, if you're going up against an organized group and you're by yourself, you're going to lose, but you might be able to go. But, you know, if you want to go down swinging, go down swinging. That's why I'm never bothered when people fight back. It's like, when we pirate people, we present them a choice. We present them choices, and, you know, they make a decision. That's it. Which is why, like, you know, I'm not bothered by people making the decision to fight back when, you know, they try and bedlog and stuff like that. It's only slightly annoying, but it's like, well, you're doing yourself a disservice more than us. We'll just move on and find the next one.
Well, can I just say that the hit that Baron is mentioning in chat, that was the first hit that I was part of. That one, where we got a C2.
Oh, the memories!
The one where we snared and curb stomped for the first time in C2 in mid-space, going full speed for the... Yeah. Alright, we need to stop reminiscing and finish off this video because we got more to go.
And working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with Master Modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you're finding that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always does in Star Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point. But
they're flying on Pyro.
We always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the
planets.
players the choice and let
Pyro
them
too.
make the key decisions. And we'll design the balance
Sort of
around
like
it.
Pyro too.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat
By the way,
experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master
Scotland
mode
planet.
stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
Thanks, Yogi, you smart sumbitch.
I love Yogi. He is so cool.
I haven't personally liked dogfighting in Star Citizen for years now. Pretty much I've played since Arena Commander module was made available to backers. And
Mongrel
when it
one.
first started, once upon a time. When I first started out, it was very arcadey, very, very arcadey, more than what it is now. And, over the years of playing it, experiencing, Missile Commander, the meta of just, monoboating, was it Omniski 6s in Super Hornets and the
meta apparently, I wasn't playing back then, but from what I've heard, it was either M50s with ballistic cannons, gladiators just spamming torpedoes, or Super Hornets with Omniskies and railguns. And that's apparently what it just was.
Pretty much the railgun meta came after the Omniski meta. So you had Omniskis, and then they made the next patch. They made the railguns stupid strong, Sledge 2s. So
I'm sorry, the fact you call them Omniski is killing me.
I'm gonna do it more now. No,
Wow.
playing through all those iterations though, and getting to where we are now, and it being where it's at for so long, I see this and I'm just really excited, because one of the biggest problems I've always had is just with combat, where in Arena Commander, when you're doing Battle Royale, you just see a fucking conga line of bloody ships chasing each other. That's what it normally ends up being, until one of them decides to turn around and start fighting the other, and then everybody just tries to third party one of them. That's still going to happen, but it's going to happen at a lot lower speeds. And you're going to be able to get in there, and people are going to have to commit to the fight. And that's one of the biggest things, is there's now a commitment to combat that you have to make. If you're going to engage in combat, you need to get in there. And if you're going to lose, then you're going down swinging, and you just have to accept it.
With these changes, because the speeds are so much lower, I think group fights are going to be way more sort of close and condensed. Because right now, when you do a group fight, eventually everything starts to spread out, and you get just like a bunch of 1v1s instead of actual sort of big infighting. But with these changes, where everything's limited to like 300 meters a second, I think it's really going to bring everything close and make like numbers and fighting style a bit more important, instead of just high speed jousting at like Mach 5. And it'll definitely help with turrets.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say. And the best part is like you can try and bomb like a Redeemer into the middle of a furball and just let it go ham. And all the fighters are just going to be trying to disperse, and you're just going to watch them just get disintegrated by the turrets of that Redeemer, whilst the other fighters are just going in and just picking away at them. It's one of those things that
might actually be good.
Yeah, well, the Hammerhead, like people may actually start using the Hammerhead and crewing it instead of just using it as a big missile boat. I'm really excited for the speed changes and the flight model changes, not only from a piracy perspective, but also from a flight combat perspective.
This is monumental. You know how hard it is for Agens to be excited about anything?
Shut up, Dobbs.
Incredible. I'm just keeping it real, man. Hey, listen.
I'll go refactor.
What?
Oh, that's a good point, actually. It's going to make ships go way slower in SCM, so when we disable them, they'll be going slow, and maybe we can board them a bit easier.
They'll survive the crash, maybe?
Oh my God,
plowing into the ground at 900 meters a second?
Actually, Agents, did you see the? I mean, Hannah posted clips of this, and I think Greedy and
yeah.
We stopped a Cuddy the other day who was low flying, right, trying to shake us. He was actually a good pilot, right? And then I believe Isoda came along and shut him off, and he plummeted into the dirt when he was, I don't know, maybe 100 meters in the air or so, maybe even a little more than that. He smacked into the ground and flipped over, and he survived. He was going like 400 meters per second or some shit. It was actually kind of crazy.
He clipped a rock with his wing, which just negated all of the damage, I guess.
I remember that. It was a good hit. It was the FPS battle was quite intense by the looks of it.
Yeah, Allmate. What's cool about that was that Allmate was actually at the rear end of his ship, shooting out into the boarding ship, which was fucking awesome because no one ever does that, and it pisses me off that no one fucking bothers to fight back. It's like I can't tell you how many times I've boarded a ship and these brain dead monkey brain NPCs are just sitting in the pilot's chair, not doing a goddamn thing to defend themselves, and all we just do is just shoot them out the pilot seat. They're literally NPCs. They don't do shit.
I do wonder if they even realize they're being boarded. Like,
oh god.
Because if you knew you were being boarded, you wouldn't just be in the pilot seat. You would go and like get in a different room and hide or something. Even if you had no weapons. I don't get it. I think they genuinely just don't know sometimes.
Sorry, Warhead, did I remove the spam before you got to take notes?
Oh yeah, by the way, if you're looking for hot singles in your area.
Oh god. Agents, if you want, you can make me a mod, and I can help with that sort of stuff. I don't know.
What, are you going to post more links?
Post more.
Hey, we're all gamers, all right. We need.
I really should actually
attention.
Go through and actually make some mods. Chat. Right, we're running behind. Baron's going to be getting Baron on later. Let's crack out this next video. This one's actually going to be quite interesting as well.
Actually, do you mind if I take a small break? If you want to do Baron next, because my parents have just gotten home and I need to go talk with them and stuff. So I don't know. Up to you.
Do you still want to jump in for the power play, or are you dropping out now?
Yeah. I would like to do that, but I don't know. If you want to do Barons first.
I didn't even know we were doing the power play section.
Yeah.
I know. I'm here for 2.
Yep.
Look at that. Kind of crazy.
Is that okay?
Let me send Baron a message and see if he's already sitting in the kennel anyway, so he's probably ready. Baron, feel free to drop
Or he's
up,
sleeping.
man. No, he's not asleep. It's just hitting midnight though, so
Here he
we're
comes.
getting close. Hello, Baron. All right, we're gonna rearrange things. Yes, Hannah will.
Right, yeah,
you
just
can
shoot
drop
me a
out of
DM
comms.
when you want me back.
Yep. No worries. Thanks for
Thank
joining
you,
in,
Hannah,
Hannah.
for joining us.
We'll see you again soon.
Bye. I'll see you later. Bye.
Hey, see you.
All right, Baron, I'm about to
Hello
turn your
there.
camera on.
Oh,
And we have Baron of Moork in the chat.
Where's my
Resident French pirate.
Salut à tous.
We love Baron, don't we, guys? Baron's great.
There he is.
The
camera is on.
Does he?
Yeah, I need the.
He's not wearing the shades. He's not wearing the sunglasses. Baron, do you have
Hello,
the sunglasses
friends.
next?
Indeed, I got them.
What the fuck?
There you go.
It didn't save
throw 'em on.
the bloody timestamps.
Yeah, I need the. No, wait a second, because I need the sync tube link. You
We
never
should
send
link
it to me.
It's also in the group DM as well. I'll drop it in
I
there.
cannot see anything with this shit.
How do you like them aviators, chat? Pretty cool.
Baron. You're about to receive a DM,
All right.
Baron. The problem is, though, is that it didn't
I got it.
timestamp the videos for us. So we're going to have to do this manually. Which, knowing SyncTube, is going to be a pain. A lot of pain. So let's go here like this. Alright, so the first one. So this one is going to be of the keynote that happened at the end of CitizenCon. And it's not going to be the full, what was it, 2 hours? We're borrowing Nubifire's keynote recording as well, by the way, because the Twitch
Shout out to
one
Nubify.
is terrible. Alright. The first one that we're going to be talking about is going to be the... Fuck did it go? Anyway, it's going to be talking about Squadron 42 and its development. And the main reason why we're going to be delving into this one a little bit is how it ties in with Star Citizen. So just skip through that. Hopefully it plays at the right point. Anyway, Baron's here. If you haven't already noticed yet, that's Baron all the way over there, facing inwards. This way we can look at each other while we're talking to you guys. And it looks like we're looking at the chat, even though Baron is probably looking at it on a different screen.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you start the video, Agent?
No, not yet. I'm about to start it now. Let's start this video.
And Squadron
Okay.
is super valuable. I'm going to be breaking this down in short form, but because it was
You
live,
start it
CIG
now.
sometimes.
Well, yes and no. So
Because it's not
both
working
me
for
and
me.
Rich
It's
have
Did
been
it not
heads
work?
down working really hard on Squadron.
Yeah.
Did you click on the link?
Yeah, I click on the last link.
Last
Help me.
link. SyncTube, you're letting me down. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to refresh the page.
And by the way, those that have been asking for a Dobbs webcam, hey, if you want to send me a webcam to use, I'll be more than happy to use it. I don't have one.
I'm at 0:51 seconds.
Oh, you have sync then. All right, I don't have to do anything. Good.
In pause. Yeah, I synced.
as well as helping out on the
Yep.
PU.
All right, all good.
One thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU, and we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. We'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development.
There was this moment basically when I was watching CitizenCon, I was just laughing about Chris Roberts, doing his ant things all the time, and I was trying to do to mimic the one he was doing as he was doing them, and basically not really listening to what he was saying, just being excited because we also that there were no keynotes, but I was sure that it could not only be those 7 panels. Especially how quick the 7 panels went through.
Yeah. It was nice to hear Chris talk.
Yeah. And that's why I chose to as well to react on this one with you, Agens, and with you, Dobbs. That's actually one of the part of CitizenCon that got me the most interested in the end. I mean, I like the power play, for sure, and the needs for speed, but I really enjoyed to see actually they're doing the right thing with development, that is to develop the feature first before they do the content, and that's what they're doing with Squadron 42. And basically what they show was the features they show were pretty fleshed out actually during this presentation. There was some you could see that they need still some work on animations. They still need some tweaking. They still need to put some numbers. Actually, Yogi talked about it in the Needs for Speed as well. They got the old stuff working. They just need to put the numbers, because there are so many ships in the PU, and they don't have this problem with Squadron 42. Right. And actually, I was pretty surprised to see how much progress they made on this.
And another thing too, like a point that you made that I want to kind of touch on as well. When they talk about features that are being made for Squadron will make its way to the PU, and that has been happening. But I touched on this I think yesterday. I was talking in the org chat. People say oh, why are we still getting tier 0 or unfinished features, or features that are yet to be still iterated on in the PU? The simple answer to that is that those features just aren't being made for Squadron. Therefore they're not fully completed and fleshed out. Whereas, and there's obviously outliers to this, but a prime example is, Yogi's panel with the whole Need for Speed and the master modes. What people need to understand is that they said that the gameplay and the tech is finished, and they're basically in polish and bug fixing mode and tuning. So that is basically finished, and all they need to do is just convert it and add it to more ships in the PU. So the actual gameplay tech is complete, and then once it's in game, and it needs no further iteration. Say that with a pinch of salt, but yeah.
Yeah, it was pleasant during the CitizenCon. One thing was pleasant during the CitizenCon in comparison with the one we got before is that except for power play, where Dan Truffin say like, okay, this is still very much work in progress. We got many more stuff to implement on this at the core level of the feature. All the rest was, they were saying, okay, this is done in Squadron 42. It is working. We need to make it look better. It needs some tweaking. It needs some a bit of balancing, but it is done. And I think they make a good move, actually, to move so many people to Squadron 42. It's going to pay in dividend. We're going to have to wait, but I mean, we wait anyway. So, but it's going to pay in dividend for the PU as well, because it's much easier and much quicker to develop features in a vacuum like Squadron 42 than developing them in the PU, where they got all this content. And when they want a feature to work in the PU, it has to work for all the content. And then they put another feature and it broke everything, and they have to fix it for all the content. And there is more than 100 ships. I don't know how many stations, how many planets, how many content of everything, different AIs and whatnot. And it's just impossible task to do. It's just taking so long. That's the problem with every early access game in the end.
And the worst part of it is that if they end up implementing something like brand new like that into the PU, chances are it's going to change after they do their design iterations after it's been put in the hands of the players. So by putting it into Squadron 42 and doing all their internal testing, they don't have to worry about, the little annoyance complaints that players have that, something isn't working exactly the way that it's supposed to. Because the QA guy that's, doing the testing already understands that, hey, this isn't finished. They're getting paid to do the testing. So they're going to suffer through, like bullshit bugs, as opposed to players who aren't, being paid and are expecting to be able to play what we have like a game and it not working that way. And then CIG goes later on, that thing that we implemented and then spent 2 months fixing all the bugs for, well, we have to change it all now because it's changed in Squadron 42. And now we're going to have to go through all this process again. So it makes sense for them to lock things down in Squadron 42 and then bounce across to the persistent universe and go, all right, we know this works here. It's hit the design goals that we want it to hit. We're now going to put it into the persistent universe. Whatever it breaks, we'll fix, but we won't have to go back over and do design iterations again, or shouldn't.
Yeah, just balancing.
All right, let's
just
keep
balancing
going.
because there is more content. Yeah, okay.
Be right back.
Has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of. Your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? and also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that
it's going to be quicker.
Before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. And we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's star right map? Now, I think, 3 engineers,
that's too bad they could not show
a couple of
anything
visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in film yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is two common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number two is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that's some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some of the things won't have aspects to show.
From many things they show, actually, it was looking like
some of the things
more like a AAA game. How the character move, how the thing feel, more like a cyberpunk or I don't know, Assassin's Creed or something like this. Not saying that it's the same, but not as clunky. That's what we got in the PU now.
Yeah, I think Squadron 42 really needs to be able to nail it out the gate when it gets released, because of how much time that they've spent on developing it, that they've been working on Star Citizen and Squadron 42. And then you got every other game that's coming out where they're AAA developers that have huge publishers just throwing money at them, and they're still producing broken games full of bugs and releasing them and then just fixing them up later. Really for Chris Roberts, it would be one of those sticking points where he's I built this pretty much from the ground up based on a dream, and people, throwing money at me for pixels, and then being patient enough with me, even though they complained the entire way through, being patient enough to stick it out, to continue funding, and then when we finally produce the product that we said that we're going to, it's better than what everybody else put out there. And I think that's why he's really it's frustrating. Don't get me wrong, it is frustrating as fuck. But it's kind of important that he actually makes sure that he nails it, just so he can stick it to the rest of the industry, all those bloody publishers and that, and go, we're able to do what you couldn't. What you said wasn't possible, we did.
Finished game can be frustrating as well. Just don't talk to me about Cyberpunk. It was frustrating all the way, from the bugs to the gameplay, from the it's just looking like everything else. Anyway, when I was looking this presentation as well, just don't tell Spectrum about this, but I was thinking, shit, Squadron 42 is coming for console.
Yeah.
And it was really looking like Squadron 42 is coming to consoles, It was looking like console game in a way, It made me laugh.
Who needs sticks when you have analogs, guys? Come on.
Well, and there was this moment, actually, where the talk was 2 hours, 2 hours long. I don't remember at what time he says that. I think it was Chris Roberts saying if you play with a mouse and keyboard, or if you play with a gamepad, or if you play with joystick, I was like, who the fuck play FPS with joysticks?
That's hard mode.
Because they are talking about FPS stuff. Yeah.
Agnostic controls was a buzzword in the early days of was it Star Citizen's development. All right, let's skip ahead a little bit because I believe they're just going to keep waffling on. Let's try and skip ahead to where we start with the FPS radar. That's one of the things as well, is like we're not covering the entire 2-hour keynote. We're just picking out small parts of it that we want to talk about. So we're going to be talking about the FPS radar. We'll then move on to the EVA Tier 2 and hover trolley stuff. And then we'll be finishing off with the skills and attributes.
Plain Blake, I never tried the FPS with joystick, but I try it with a wheel and pedals.
You are a prick, Agens.
Interact mode
maps because we don't want to give away
to do, you know, ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, you know, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say.
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the things that we
FPS,
really want to improve and make better,
interaction mode as well.
I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, you know, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, you know, and we spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, you know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, yeah, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And you know, currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? You know, right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, you know, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But you know, we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while. Absolutely. And you know, Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, you know, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, you know, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and you know, we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you know, you shouldn't have to like look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley.
It's so annoying.
You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. Just
so
press
at
F,
that part, I was wondering, like, are they going to remove completely?
So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take. Because how do you do with small stuff like whatever I want? But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode. There is one moment where you go into interaction mode to open the door. Then after you can interact with
You can interact just with a cub just by looking at it. But for like a small button, like a door button, or I guess like, same for MFDs inside the ship, yeah, they still have a kind of interaction mode to to be mouse precise, basically, because that would be a problem. Like, in the middle of combat, interaction mode is not easy yet. But imagine, like you just have to put exactly your screen in the right place, and you don't even have a crosshair to do or whatever. There's so many buttons you can interact with.
Well, it's the Starfarer ladder problem. If you run down if you're going for the cockpit of the Starfarer and you run too close to the ladder that takes you up into one of the engineering tunnels, your character just naturally gravitates towards it and latches onto it.
I've died because of that when we've done boarding simulations on Starfarers, and it's the most annoying thing.
So, hopefully they tune it well, but I understand the issues behind it, but it's like going up to a trolley and then having to look exactly at the handle to interact with it. It's just a pain. That's one of those things where your character should be able to just walk up to it and just look in the general vicinity of that grip. And if you press F, your character will just go, well, I probably want to grab the trolley to move it.
Yeah, that's good. They're doing the two-way, it seems, from what they show. Is basically if you are just looking at an object, you can interact. Basically, you're just going to have this icon with a F to grab. But then, if you're not looking at anything interactable and you just hold F, the interaction mode will come anyway, and then you can interact with, as I was saying, small stuff like buttons and little things like this, or button for a door, or button in your cockpit, or whatnot.
I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever, and you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and we have the user interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up, and you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. Or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar and scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen is built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan.
Fidelity. They didn't say it.
And that is kind of just for your local environment.
Yeah, there's been a surprisingly low amount of buzzwords in this keynote.
Kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come
fidelity
out
was one of the words you have to drink during the Mongrel.
And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around, like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals, you're getting, okay, there's two guys over there.
I believe this has caused a lot of contention amongst players.
There's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive, That's
Pretty interesting feature, actually. It's pretty
That touches on what I talked
interesting.
about earlier too. Go ahead though.
Yeah. It's a pretty interesting feature. Actually, I played a game, got something like that before. A very PvP game, which was called Blacklight Retribution. Basically, some cyberpunk Star Marine on steroid. And there, everybody got that feature. And actually, you could scan other, and people didn't got your contact back. Like he explained, like actually in Star Citizen, if you scan, you see the others, but the others are gonna be
able to
they
see
will know
you too.
they got scanned. Yeah, and they're gonna be able to see you too. And actually, in Blacklight Retribution, it was working pretty well. It's just like, yeah, everybody got it. And actually, in this game, there was no camping. You could not camp. It was very difficult because if you try to camp for too long, people knew you were there, and if you don't move after a while, just somebody pop you. So
I guess in that regard,
very
it does
interesting to
force
see.
you into combat.
Yeah, it's gonna be as well. It's gonna be a very good defensive tool, though. Like imagine you in GT and your ships are outside, so everybody knows you here. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna ping this stuff all the time because everybody know you here already. So no need to hide. But then you can pick up on people trying to sneak on you, get inside the coming in FPS with no ship on foot or whatever, sneak inside the airlock and just get inside and gun everybody down with an element of surprise. I mean, if you're smart, the guys that are inside, as I say, everybody knows they are here. So you can just keep on scanning, and basically you're going to see people incoming. Yeah. Really need to see it playing this.
Yeah, like, I know that they've always intended to have stealth suits. Like, your armor is supposed to actually have an impact on how you play. So,
yeah,
like,
they even said that not every suit would have it.
Yeah, the thing about this is, like, the FPS ping where you can see through walls and stuff like that, to me is no different to the little radar where you can see the little red dots on it when people are running. And the way that you be sneaky is by crouch walking around places. Halo's radar is a really good example of this. I don't see a difference between that and this, in the sense that you're going to be aware of what players are doing in combat situations where movement is important. So for us, when we're doing a boarding action, we're going to be pinging to find out where the crew is, because it's important to us. We need to know where they are so that we can go hunt them down, and subdue them, either by killing them or by restraining them. They're going to want to know where we are. Yeah, well, that's just it. They're going to want to know where we are so that they can set their defenses up. But that's only if they're actually running tonight. 1 second. I need to turn off whispers.
Roger.
Yeah.
I did not do that.
Well, we are running into the EU ops for today, right? The EU ops is happening right now.
Yes. Yeah, that was Mongrel Squad pirating in the background.
Yeah, just Mongrel Squad doing the piracy antics in the background.
That's all right.
Sorry about that one, chat.
The thing about this is like, it's not a good wall hack because you're exposing your own position when you ping. So it's like, yeah, I know where everybody else is around me, but now they know where I am. And then when you go to run to that position, like, it's a ping. For a short duration of time, you're going to be able to see where they're at. Now, they haven't demonstrated whether or not yet if you can continuously track the position of where somebody is moving. The way I see it is that they don't want people, like, you know, Baron, you pretty much nailed it. They don't want people camping positions. Because combat is fast-paced. Like, you know, like you've got it doesn't take much to kill another player in the game. So, if you're going to camp a specific spot, you're going to be able to, you know, wreak a lot of death on a lot of other players. That really is only something that snipers should be doing, not some guy hiding around a corner with a fucking gun, waiting for somebody to run around the corner, not check the corner properly, and just shoot him in the back, and just keep doing that to everybody that runs past.
I think I think the ping is fine, like the wall hacks going both ways. I think that's fine. I think the only problem that or the biggest problem that I have with it is the fact that when you ping NPCs or other players, that it's a live ping. And it also seemed to, like, based on the demonstration, the video demonstration that they showed, it lasted for quite a while, like several seconds. And like I don't think that works well in a combat scenario, since basically, you know, like I would much rather it be a freeze ping rather than a live ping, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. So it's like a flash, like a shot.
Out, and you basically get a freeze, like a still image of the enemies through the wall, and like you can basically see everything. You can see what they're carrying, you can see what they have, you can see their actor status, you can see everything, but it's not a live ping, because I think that is just that's way too much. So I think there needs to be some balance around that.
That's the same in a way, though. So we need to see how long you can see people, but basically you just know how long they're going to see you, and then you move. The way I see as well, the way I see it is, I gave the example of a jump town, you know, with some people inside the outpost, and everybody knows they are there, so everybody's pinging around. Another way I see this playing basically is everybody, you know, playing sneaky. You don't want to ping because you don't want to give your position, and then, you know, whoever got the first shot commit, because now you got an enemy and everybody gonna be pinging around, and there is no camping anymore, and like you committed to the fight because you're gonna see them, they're gonna see you. It's just like first shot is over, no stealth around anymore.
Let's keep watching this, but there's a few other points I want to bring up behind this as well, but let's keep watching.
I think it's going to be more of a risk, like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, you know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar scanning of the ships as an FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. You know, I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, you know, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Should we show some videos of those?
Yeah. So I understand we have two videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased.
Here it shows interaction mode.
This is obviously going in and utilising some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on, you know, contextually what the item is.
Some work.
And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with, but you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode. You're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and at scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use as default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in like, Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh, look,
I love those animated hand gestures.
Do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing
what we got in many games.
So there is a certain
like Witcher or Cyberpunk or whatnot, with the helping almost like I don't remember how they call this. There is a name for this in the game industry, like a helping mode, like help vision or something like this.
The basic premise of this is can be compared to a lot of games.
Yeah.
Certain language of I think FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what you're doing right there.
Will go quicker.
So then you can go in.
We can pirate them quicker.
Yeah. Well, we've already got this to a certain point where you can already, for the radial wheel, for the interaction mode, you can already assign emotes to that so that you can quickly access them. Key bindings you can assign to that as well.
If you look at Gem of Adonite, for example, and you just tap F, gonna start it.
Yeah.
Like right away.
And have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be stored, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around. It's like you're going to go around a corner. You don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charged scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have.
So everybody that keeps saying that this FPS scanner is the worst thing that you can implement, I don't see it. Because if you're using that scanner and the point Greedy's brought up, once you're in combat, what's the point of not using it? Everybody would be using it in combat. Which means that you're not going to want to be static. You're always going to want to be moving, and teams are going to work together, as opposed to that single person who's running around trying to be sneaky and capping people in the back of the head. Team gameplay will matter more, and people will be trading kills less because they'll be forced to maneuver. One of the things that I hate about the current iteration of FPS gameplay in Star Citizen is that FPS gameplay is more about trading kills, which is the dumbest way. Well, the grenades don't matter. You've got grenades, they've got grenades. Everybody's going to be throwing grenades at each other, and then they'll run out. Then what? The grenade launcher isn't going to continue working the way that it is. They'll rebalance. They'll change things. You can run away from a grenade. The grenade launcher itself isn't going to continue working the way that it is. They will change it. But the point that I was making is that trading kills is the dumbest way of doing FPS gameplay. Any tactics that we end up using where we have to trade kills are bad tactics. And the unfortunate reality is that that's where we're at. Not because of the lack of mechanics, but because of desync. We just end up doing it. It happens to us all the time. The problem with that, Greedy, is that if everybody just ends up using grenade launchers, it's going to be the last person standing, and at the end of the day, it's going to be, whoever wins. But this is what I mean about maneuver gameplay. If you know that your opponent's going to be lobbing grenades at you, you're going to get the fuck out of the way. You're going to be pinging, looking at where they're at, and then you're going to move. In this example here, where they're showing the FPS slavers, that they don't have the scanners, so you're going to be able to cap them. For us, we're going to be using FPS scanners as pirates. We're going to want them. But what do you think a cargo hauler is going to be carrying? Do you really think they're going to have that sort of stuff? So do we need a grenade launcher at that point? A grenade launcher would help them more than it would than us at that point.
Well, it all depends on the limitations and balance around FPS scanners, because if it's easy to get, then everyone's going to have one. We have to know and understand what the barriers are for getting one, and if there's pros, and if there's any drawbacks of having them, whatever. Because
you'd have to assume that they've got it anyway.
There's no reason that anyone should.
The problem is that you've got to find out first. So you can never, it doesn't matter if it's easy to get or not. You just have to assume that they've got it. Because it's a thing.
Go
ahead, Darren.
There's another moment as well in the video where they reiterate like not everybody gonna be going around in heavy suits. Like guys in Caterpillar or C2 whatnot, they maybe not even have suits. The suits are in the locker.
Are
So,
FPS scanners only exclusive to heavy suits? Like
no, they didn't tell that. They didn't tell that. But they say that not everybody will be like wearing the perfect suit at the perfect time. Once more, it's gonna be about get prepared for what you need and what you do. If you don't have the right suit with you, well, too bad. You forget it at the station. Now you're in a bad spot.
The thing though is like you just have to assume that they've got it. Like even if the chances of them not having it, you just assume that they do. So you plan your tactics around that. Because if you're planning your tactics around that your enemy is going to be able to detect your position, know where you are, you'll come up with tactics that can defeat them. And if they're not behaving in that way, you should still be able to defeat them because they have no fucking idea where you are and you know exactly where they are. So, like this whole concern about FPS radar destroying, FPS gameplay, I don't see it. Like, it'll only happen in FPS combat where you've got other combatants at the same, like equipped the same way that you are. In which case, you start using better tactics to overcome those opponents. And it stops being, like, believe it or not, combat is probably going to slow down because of this stuff. In the sense that you're going to want to plan your attacks a lot better. And when you strike, you're going to try and strike in a way that you have the greatest effect on your opponents. And not everybody's going to be clumped up, but they're going to want to work in teams.
Not all game bans will act not so greedy. I'm not happy. I'm not agree with that. As I said, I played Blacklight Retribution. There was the same mechanic, and a mechanic that there is in a lot of games. Actually, there is not exactly a wall hack, but almost is third person, for example. And Star Citizen got third person. Nobody is complaining about it. I remember, for example, in DayZ, everybody was screaming about third person. And that was the same problem. Last time I played DayZ on the third person server, I got capped by a sniper because basically it was on top of a fucking building and I was trying to flanking around. And because I'm playing all the time in first person server, I kind of lost the fact that actually we were in third person. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm so fucking so clever. I'm running around and I'm flanking this guy. Actually, he was looking at me all the time.
Like, wall hacks are normally coupled with other hacks. They're not used in isolation. And the thing is like, old mate's got that FPS radar. He's just scanned the room. There's more than one person there. You may be able to go out and, start using a grenade and start lobbing at, the grenade launcher at one target, the next target. But if you disperse, as soon as the first person's engaged, everybody else that's there, if they've got the radar, they'll ping, see the person attacking them, and then retaliate. If they don't have it, they'll start looking for them. Because they've just initiated combat. Like, it's something that happens in FPS gameplay a lot where, like Star Marine Elimination is really bad for this, where everybody just plays the individual tactics. They put their blinkers on, it's only them against everybody else there. They only worry about what they need to do. In the persistent universe, and what we do as pirates, we use group tactics. Individual skills matter in the sense that it improves the group. But nobody really cares how good your killing skills are if we're going up against a larger force and you're by yourself and you just run and gun your way through and you leave your team behind. because you're going to fight multiple people who, if they're using group tactics, will just annihilate you on your own. And that's why, like, for game modes like Elimination and Star Marine, it's good for developing your individual skill sets. But for what you want to be developing in the persistent universe, it's group-based tactics. And the FPS radar forces people to have to use them. That's because of desync, Hannah. Not because of, you know, somebody having superior skills. It's literally because of desync. Well, let's keep this moving because we're going to get stuck on this for a long time.
Tailored. Some enemies will have radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, you know, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, you know, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, you know, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. You know, when we're playing our stealth levels, you know, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just being able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture, and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm gonna, you know, make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff.
I'm going to say 3 words right now, Greedy, that you're probably going to not like, but it's a fact. Might makes right. Blob tactics are tactics, and they're going to be a thing in the persistent universe. Alright, like, not everybody is going to be a fucking FPS god. And the way that you compensate for that is with numbers. Might makes right. The more numbers that you have on your side, the higher the chances that you're going to win. So, you know, like, you can sit there and keep saying that this FPS radar is going to be cancer towards FPS gameplay. I strongly disagree. And to be honest, I just gave the reason why. It allows us to be able to fight against blobs at smaller numbers because we know where they are. They may know where we are, but then we can maneuver around them, spread our numbers out, and force them to have to split their forces up and engage us at a lower level. The example that's being presented there is all tight, close quarters combat. And the unfortunate reality is that CQB is highly dangerous. You're going to die. Like, people are going to go down. And it doesn't matter if you got wall hacks or not, it's just going to happen. It already happens now.
And also, like, if we're, let's say, for instance, like, if we're boarding a prize, like, if you have a group of people that are on a ship trying to capture it, and they're all fighting as individuals, and you have another group of people defending the ship that are all working as a team, that team-based group will always ultimately defeat the group that are all working as individuals. That's just a fact. Because especially when we're going to be boarding things like capital ships, and teamwork like that is going to matter, the team tactics are going to be enhanced by everyone's individual skill. And I see, like, the weird notion to where team-based tactics, like, slow you down and it's not as effective, when I think that's not correct at all. You can be fast, you can be aggressive, and you can go fucking hog wild while still working as a team. Like, those two things are not mutually exclusive from each other. So, like,
yeah, and
go ahead.
When everybody know what they have to do and where they need to be, we're going pretty quick.
Yeah, like, individual skill alone is not going to achieve the best results, or the results that we're looking for.
For my For my feedback on this FPS radar, I think that the scanning distance should be limited in terms of information. What I didn't like about it was that the enemy that was further away from where the player scanned was still available as information. Whereas if we did the same type of scanning in a ship, they would just be showing up as bubbles, and then we would have to do a focus scan on that area to find out more. I think that should be something that should be happening there. But if we see it with ships now. If they're within a certain range, you see their chevron. So now we've got the FPS equivalent, except you've got to do an active ping to get that chevron, which puts you in a dangerous position if they've got the same equipment as you do. And what that does is it forces us into using tactics in order to overcome the fact that they can see us, and once we're exposed, then we have to react. Yeah, to be honest, 10 to 20 meters to me makes sense. You know, being able to ping that way, because it becomes a powerful tool in CQB, but in longer range fights, you know, like snipers actually still have value. But their example that they show is like really close anyway, like only 10 to 20 meters, and they don't mention distances from memory. So we're in this position where it's like a lot of people are reacting to this in a way that what we're seeing is like exactly everything as it is, and I don't think that's the way. It's one of those, you know, it's the same with the speeds, and it's another reason why, like, I've always taken the approach that I wait until I got it in my hands so I really sit there and go, okay, is this good or not? I see potential, but I'm not going to sit there and say it's bad or not until it's in my hands.
Ledges and ladders. You know, everybody knows the struggles of elevator.
All right.
Oh, is this that's moving on to the next
Yes.
Yeah, let's
That's what I was about to say.
Where's the next one? Time wise. We're moving on to EVA Tier 2 and Hover Trolley, which is like, you know, 2,186 seconds, which is like, where are we at? It's not that. So we got to jump to 36 minutes. We'll go there. Hopefully it plays.
That's not the only way to
stable, as Chris says, push pull, means zero G.
Make everything a lot more fluid. You know, looking when you're in space, in vacuum, to be working on here, right?
We'll go from
crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So
Yeah.
some of the stuff right now in
Seems
the
this
team
is very
clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it.
Yeah.
And to make everything a lot more fluid, you know, looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, you know, like on a bigger level, right, we've done a complete rework on like, you know, EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's, you know, physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy.
Yeah.
Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means zero G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and zero G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of you know, if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you're not got these legs that, you know, are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change.
That's cool. That's super cool.
If that works the way exactly the way that they say they are, that is fucking huge for us.
Yes. They said after that if you want to change your direction, they don't make the drift. You're not drifting. You're just stopping and then starting to go into another direction. Well, I guess it won't be this clunky, but. Yeah, we need to see how it doesn't. Gonna work. And I was talking with the guys yesterday about this. Like, does it mean that you keep momentum if you launch out of a ship going at a certain speed?
This is one of those things where, like, when you start reviewing everything that they spoke about in CitizenCon, so, you know, like the need for speed, we can only travel at SCM. We use a mantis to stop a cargo hauler from being able to get into QCM mode or QCM. So they're stuck at SCM. There's only so fast that they can go. We're able to disable them with EMPs because our mantis is keeping it from running away. We then crack the doors open, pull our boarding ship alongside whilst the cargo ship that we're trying to disable is still slowing down. Crack the doors open on that cargo ship, and then our boarding team goes EVA whilst everything is still moving. And because we're at a slower speed, we're not going at bloody warp factor 9, we have a higher chance that this will actually work. Because there is a technical aspect when it comes to positioning of players and all the equipment on them, where the game has to calculate like the position of all the stuff as it's moving at those speeds, so that it can communicate that to all the other clients that are connected to that same server, so that everybody is seeing the exact same thing at the exact same time. The slower speeds makes that easier for the servers to do. So the possibility here of what we're dealing with now is that we may now have the opportunity presented to us where we could conduct an EVA boarding on a ship that is moving at a speed that is higher than what our current EVA speeds are. So we don't even need to stop it. We just need to disable it so that it doesn't try and speed up on us or maneuver on us whilst our boarding team is in EVA moving across to it. Yeah, Warhead, that's exactly right. You just fire the LMG in the opposite direction to where you want to go and you get there faster. But this is where I actually see like the tractor beam attachments on the multi-tool, playing a bigger part, because then what you would do is you go EVA and pull yourself with the tractor beam to get there faster.
But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. Eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down.
Well, it's definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
absolutely.
even, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, 10 years now, I suppose. That you can go into those tighter areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA-T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron, because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every space suit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest. And that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long-term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay.
EVA pack that not every suit. Well, say some suit will come with a way to EVA anyway, and some suit will need a EVA pack. There is another thing that they didn't show and they didn't talk about in the presentation. They are the tractor beams. Can we still use the tractor beam in EVA the way we using it right now?
See, I'm hoping that we can. One of the cool things that I'm hoping that we also get to do, because the speeds should be considered relative, so as long as we're moving at a speed that is similar to the target that we're trying to EVA across to, the forces that are exerted shouldn't exceed what we need to be able to utilize to be able to pull ourselves closer to the ship. Because currently, the maximum amount of force that the tractor beam attachment can handle is 250 newtons. When a ship is accelerating and they do it fast, they're obviously going to exert more than 250 newtons of force. But the thing about that is that if we're in motion and the ship is also in motion, but it isn't actually accelerating, it's not exerting any more force. Therefore, when we use the tractor beam attachment on the multi-tool, we should be able to pull ourselves across that ship. Because it's not exerting any more force. We're exerting force by pulling ourselves to it. So theoretically it should be possible. But the other thing about this as well is, when they start talking about the push-pull stuff, and you'll see it in the video, I'm looking forward, and I hope they give us this ability that we can tractor beam ourselves over to a target ship that's disabled, and then grab onto the ship and then pull ourselves over to where the hatches and that are, and then breach through hatches all whilst the ship is still moving.
Yeah, that's coming as well to stuff that Warhead was talking in the comments. What about the weapons? When we see how the push and pull working, and basically it's not mag boots anymore. It's actually mag boots don't really make sense in EVA because there is no gravity. It's not just because you plug with your feet to something. I think it's looking much better to have the mag hands, but then you always need one of your hands to stick. So it means you only got one hand. So it means you only got handguns. Maybe the tractor beam. The multi-tool you can use with one hand. You're gonna need the multi-tool to open the door, because you cannot do it the way we're doing it right now, just with the FS9. this is indeed, anyway, this is a placeholder for the time being.
Yeah. We'll keep watching because this excites me a lot for boarding actions.
Play. If you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space and your spacesuit with the EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jerry. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit, or switch into this
clothes,
space suit,
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video, see what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
here we go.
The EVA. This is what you're seeing here, is that you'll probably see some of the.
It looks so much natural.
Are not firing because.
Yeah, it's
decoupled.
the old VFX. But it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is the current PU suit.
More like swimming than literally, flying in a fucking fantasy game. In PU right now. Yeah,
versus what we'll have is a new one with a proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. There we go, here we go. So we're just sort of pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to, at this point, we could stop and we just push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
The first time I saw it was
so what you're seeing here,
not looking great.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually,
actually
kind of you're just floating alongside.
I think the animation should be a little bit more floaty, because it literally looks like he's just.
And this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the. If you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have zero G push pull.
Like
we have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA.
You push yourself, you put your hands on
so this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small scale.
So yeah, here's
it's when you see him like this, you say okay, so what about weapons? Only Indians.
Your character and body's doing, and so there's a lot of, and these are still blockout animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more.
This is where using SMGs would actually matter a lot.
But yeah, you have a lot more.
You'd want like a single-handed
control,
bloody machine pistol.
Directional sense, ability
like a
to look
Uzi
around,
kind
ability
of
to stop yourself.
SMG.
So I think, in this one, we're going to come
there's no
up
mass
close,
in
the
space,
glass
so you wouldn't
above
feel
it,
the weight of the guns that you're
and
carrying.
you're actually going to see us, like, if you
That's
fly
right,
into something,
that's right.
you sort of
Well, it's
arrest
more about,
again,
like,
block out animation, but you're going to...
being able to maintain your position somewhere.
Come down, you'll see...
And it's
more about the
also
recoil.
weapon handling. Maintaining
and recoil.
Character
handling
comes down
recoil
here,
as
comes
well,
down here.
yeah.
Yep. Put our hands out to brace ourselves.
No, this
to
is
stop
why it's
ourselves on the
weird.
glass
Like,
hit.
if it's
so all of that.
they didn't talk about
like
mag
systemic,
hand, but it got to
that's
be
not-
the way the
that's
guy
not
is
marked
just
up or
like
anything.
sticking
It's
to
all
surface,
ray
and then
casting,
you should not
seeing
be
of
able to
things,
stick
you
on
brace
everything. Like
yourself
for
and you come
example,
up
glass.
against,
It's
hold
not
on, arrest
magnetic.
your thing. You can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this.
I do like that you
but
keep the
it's
momentum
not just for
of
squadron.
what
it's
you-
gonna
whatever
be,
you push off of
it's
in the
obviously
direction that you
useful
push off in.
some of the environments of squadron. This is
So
one
basically
of them,
just
obviously.
float
the
in a
Astrodad
direction
especially,
forever
came to
before
look
you
down on
find
the slavers that
another
you saw in
force
the
to
earlier
either stop
scan.
or put you in another
But
direction.
the use of this in
This is super cool.
the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So
What I want to know is if we can attach ourselves to a ship while it's moving. Like, I think there'll be a limitation on that. But this is one of those things where it's like the boarding team. We've encountered this situation before. We've disabled the target, it's slowing down, waiting for it to slow down, and then next thing it starts up and starts accelerating, and then EMPs are going to, drop EMPs on it again. We may be able to utilize like the boarding team doing an EVA boarding action, and they all pretty much get to the ship and then just latch onto it. And that way, when they're trying to make their way to the boarding, the docking collar or whatever they're trying to do to get in, being able to just be there, and if the ship starts accelerating, they're able to just brace themselves and just hold on until the ship gets disabled again, so that they can then start moving. How can they just hold on to the ship long enough that the EMPs can disable it again so that they continue moving, or if they can just continue moving whilst in EVA attached to a ship that's accelerating.
Maybe not just when you're sticking with your hand on the surface, but yeah, there is a moment as well where Chris Roberts talking about handling bars or
handles.
whatever you can. Yeah, exactly, whatever you can grab.
there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's, you know, a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then, you know, instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees.
Yeah, grab the breaching charge, slap it onto the hatch.
And you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments. And fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just...
That's a way to get rid of all the slavers in the Athedo station.
I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA, external action.
Yeah. Squadron 42 easy mode.
Much more stable. I think, you know, we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that. Because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring a, you know, more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things, and EVA. I think, you know, we all love science fiction. Obviously, we're making these kind of games. That, you know, that's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent, you know, that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work. And bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, you know, we did 2 or 3 iterations. How we wanted to do. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have the upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it. And it's like, oh, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things, and so.
So this is in Squadron 42 already, and this goes back to the point that we were making at the start, where they were able to iterate quickly on this EVA mechanic and set themselves up so that, like, we still haven't had this. Now, if they had tried to, like, do their iterations and treat it as a feature and then smash it straight into the PU and Squadron 42, they would have got a bunch of feedback from the persistent universe that is based on the environment that is there. But a lot of players would have been like, this is shit, you need to change it, and then 6 months later it's still the same. Whereas in Squadron 42, they don't have to worry about the player feedback and, not affecting a live environment where things are going to break and cause issues for gameplay. They can do it all in Squadron 42, where everybody understands what's going on and knows that it's not going to affect the gameplay over the longer period of time. It's not impacting customers. That's the most important thing. They can iterate without impacting customers. And that's the point that they're making here. Like, they're able to go through those iterations.
Yeah, this
no,
unlocks
Brewski.
content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely
we'll get them
didn't
before
watch the video. I
Squadron
wanted to be able
42
to react
gets
as
released.
honestly while we're recording as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House,
Like the
that looks just like
the new flight combat changes. Squadron 42. They're going to be in the game before Squadron 42.
But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero G gameplay possibilities. That is really, really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things like we have.
Like you say on the
video for, which is
on somebody like a miner in the Halo or something like this, you don't even need to hit them with a Crepstone or whatnot. If you know that you got the time because it's just at the beginning of their mining their rock, it just like brings a boarding ship close enough so they won't detect you, and then you just send the boarding team on their little EVA trip with momentum until they get there and they plug to the prospector, and once they plug on your prospector, that's over.
No, unless they do the sound design to where whenever somebody lands EVA onto their ship, they just pilot just hears a from the inside.
Yeah. Shit, what is that?
I think that'd be funny.
Of the most, what was it, that hit that the guys did on that streamer that was vaping? Like, just doing a hit on that type of guy. Like, they'd just be like, what the fuck is that? And then they just take another hit of the vape and just keep going. Like, just seeing the reactions. Neck minute prior to everybody shoot him in the back of the head.
It takes the fattest
not
fucking
as big as
rip
a
I've ever
system
seen in
as,
my
like, say,
life.
the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got, I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I
it.
saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why didn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our bigger.
Imagine how we struggle with the trolleys already as players. Imagine the
where there was sort of a gravel
NPCs.
where you stuck in this
if you want NPCs like putting cargo in a ship with cargo system refactor, you need this.
And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318.
They didn't talk about it.
Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get.
I think they did say that it was confirmed for 318. I think Chris said.
Yeah. He said. He actually, if I remember correctly, he said that Tony want to squeeze 3 more things before they ship the 318, and he was wondering if he
literally just said
he
that.
had the time. Yeah, he literally just said that. Yeah.
And a special shout out to the USPU gameplay feature team.
But this isn't necessarily going to be in 3.18, but it will come in probably not too far.
Yeah, 3.18 is just
in the
Simus.
near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid, and now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place
16
large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say
next
maybe
to
a player
cup.
base or some group of players with
Next to the coffee cup.
take over a derelict
Say it, Chris.
and I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that. Because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks?
People seem to underestimate how much of the logistics is going to be in the future.
Two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land. Someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, and or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. Okay, well,
that's the same as well with the power plays I was talking.
To a place that can do your repair.
So much stuff you need to
field repair that's happening right there, and someone's
it's going to be a
logistic
and
another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU. But in the PU, they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about Trolleys is when we approached Trolleys with the physical Trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, and I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical Trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put Trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of Trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover Trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. The weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover Trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's see the video there, and
we hyped this up now. Hover Trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down. It's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now. Grav levs on. You get hold of it. Bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working in this demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU. That you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take you to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things than what
the
you
physical
normally
cargo
be able to push
too.
as a human being.
I'm pretty sure people are as a result of it being a lot more detailed and time consuming to carry all that cargo. I am foreseeing a lot of industrialists are going to start carrying lighter loads of cargo, and also as an extension of that, flying around in smaller freighters.
Yeah,
basically due to the time sink. There's always going to be people that can sink more time in and load more cargo into heavier ships. And, then there's always the prospect of hiring NPCs. But if it's just you doing it, I'm foreseeing a lot of smaller freighters kicking around doing their cargo rather than the larger ones.
Yeah,
And it also may depend on geography too, like what system you're in. If you're in a place and you're working with cargo and you don't have a lot of NPCs around, or if there's no NPCs, then you're gonna have to do it on your own. But if you're in high secure systems with a big population and a big trade economy, then you'll have those kind of resources where you'll be able to hire NPCs to expedite the loading process onto bigger freighters.
This is gonna popularize. I'm gonna try to say this word in English, but I'm not sure. The cargo, for people with ships of all size, because until now it's all been about a big freighter, and yeah, indeed we're gonna see some smaller one, especially with people that are alone.
Right.
Completely agree.
What you're gonna see, like, once again, my prediction, and one of the reasons why we'll end up engaging in corporate privateering is that the larger organizations are going to be the ones that will run the larger cargo ships, because they'll have the manpower to be able to do it, but they'll also have the credits to be able to hire NPC crew to take with them, so that when they get to those outposts that don't have the facilities to unload, they can use the NPC crew that they took with them to do that. That's another thing that your NPC crew is supposed to do. You hire NPC crew to help run the ship, and you can tell them to unload the cargo whilst you go off and do whatever the fuck you want. So, it's possible that we'll see more smaller haulers, but to be honest, I think what we'll end up seeing is, like, once the cargo haulers of larger ships are able to afford it, they'll just have crew.
But obviously you'd be pushing, as long as it's grav-lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav-leg technology. So the same, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll be hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable, because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it.
Wonder if you can throw that out of a ship and it survives.
And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that
but the problem, I know where you're going with this, Agens. The problem that you have is that if you put anyone in it, they're not going to be able to get out.
Boxes onto it, so they won't fall off.
I'm okay with that.
Then you're able to, reliably move it without frustration. And again,
can you put somebody in it and then throw it on another ship with a tractor beam for body?
Just throw the key inside there.
These are the things that frustrate you as you play the game. Kind of make that.
We tried that already.
My thought process is that we
Spock in the
use it to fire off people into the sun.
Very cool.
Lock them in there.
So we've talked about a number of things
that I know you still want to do
related to the player, the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later.
Might be able to
let's
do that with
move
escape
up
pods.
into spaceships.
Throw them in
Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
Is this?
Yeah, this is where we jump to another section.
Jumping to the next part. So this will be the last part. And I was proactive and looked up the time, and I'm pretty sure it's still going to be wrong.
Actually, there is just one thing that they talk in the ship section that not talk in the Need for Speed, and it's a radar, where basically they say, like, same than for FPS radar, we'll have different size of radar on ships as well. One being able to there's the one they're talking that you can detect contact at something like 50,000 K away, like for exploration gameplay. But there was one bit that was important for us as Pirate, when they said that the radar would be able to detect ships, for example, on the ground at a few hundred kilometers.
Hello, online.
I miss.
I saw your clip
bubble.
of. I saw your clip of getting inside that Centurion and killing both of the crew. That was pretty entertaining.
Oh, I loved it. It's good. I wonder if they heard you punching the door. Honestly, I wonder if they heard
Probably
you
not.
punching the door and be like, "Is there someone punching the door?" And then next minute,
The hum of the vehicle was too loud. It was drowning it out.
Yeah, like I'm really hoping that they improve on ship scanning because it is terrible at the moment.
Oh my god, yeah. Remember in 3.14 when we thought, oh my god, the scanning is going to be so much better?
It was.
Oh wow.
For one patch?
Yeah.
Like for 5 minutes.
And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, you know, what's 20, 30,000 kilometers away? I think of it that way, but it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and you know, also appreciate the environment you're going through, and you know, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool, and that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay.
Don't bother.
Definitely
Agents. It's
helps
just
out in
they're not showing anything
Squadron,
about
but
it. It's
in
just
the PU,
something he
it's
says.
massive because in the PU, when this
find the
rolls
next
into
one.
the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in
skills
space.
section?
So, for instance.
Yeah, the timestamp that we've got is different.
150.
150.
Oh yeah. The next one is controversial. The one about skills and attributes.
Know about it. We haven't done a lot.
Yeah, we've never had. So, you could be in, you know, a big nebula
We really
gas
need to
cloud
find a
and you
better thing.
Scan and you, I got
Like
a
I
contact
should be able to keep that
20K away.
paused
Okay, I'm
and
gonna
fucking
boost over
skip
to zero.
ahead
Oh, I come
without
up, oh, look, it's a,
doing this
you know,
bullshit
it's a
jumping.
derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station.
Fucking sync
there's
tube
super
is
rocks over
triggering
here.
me.
Well, you know what, chat? If
What
we
can you
have
tell
any
us about
better
skills
suggestions-
in Squadron 42?
Oh yeah, we got
So
it.
skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of two areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes,
How do
what
you
we
train
have,
at
essentially we're
takedowns?
going to have a skill system that you can go and
By doing more
the way that you
takedowns.
play the game will dictate
With a plastic
how you level
fork?
up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you know, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just
they
allow you
mentioned
to
like
lift
with
the
takedowns,
boxes,
like the
but
first
it also
takedown that
means
you do on a
your
player or
equip
NPC
load
will
that
be
you
like
can
super
carry in
sloppy,
your
for example.
is
Like the
higher.
animation might take
That-
longer,
that
or they
weight
might not be
doesn't
knocked out
affect
for as
you as
long, or
much.
something
So-
like that. But like the more you do it, the more animations you'll have. Like you'll get like, if you're like maxed out on whatever skill this is, you'll get like a really nice, quick, clean takedown animation where you like you punch their temple or you choke them out or fucking do something flashy, and then they're out for a couple of minutes. And then I'm pretty sure that kind of scales up with all the other skills too, like endurance or strength. Like the whole, like, because they're about to mention, because he's about to mention stuff like carrying boxes, right? Like you fucking.
He already has.
Oh yeah, like we're like the more you carry a box, it'll improve your strength, which will result in you being able to lift and carry heavier objects. And I think they also talked about skill degradation, to where like if you stop doing those activities, then your skills will go down.
I do remember that.
I don't recall about that. No, I don't remember. I don't think they talk about that.
Well,
if
I
you
think regardless,
die,
I think regardless, it'll get reset if you die.
yeah,
Our prospects are going to be the best box lifters based on this. I'll tell you that right now. They will be the best at lifting boxes.
So which that means, Agens, they cannot use tractor beams.
Yeah, that's right. They can't. They'll have to carry all the boxes. I'm okay with that.
Or push the over trolleys.
Yeah, Referum in Klesha, just hanging out, just working out all the time.
Oh yeah,
welcome, by the way,
Refame.
mate.
I was
Oh,
laughing
your
about this with my
Yeah, we were
viewers on that day watching CitizenCon, where basically I got a Polaris and like, yeah, it's a hangar. It won't be used to just put a ship in. We don't care. We just make a gymnasium in there. You know,
Oh my god, yeah.
We were talking like
some guy, making
a bunch of the
weights.
A bunch of the
all
NA
day.
guys were talking about this. A bunch of the NA guys were saying like, all right, guys. On Tuesday we do arms. Wednesdays it's lats. Saturdays we just create that's our training. That's our prep before ops every night.
All right, let's keep this moving.
So you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. You know, your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility
Mario
in terms
and
of like
doing
weapon
his bloody
swapping
at
or
ease fucking
going to
stance.
ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for
Absolute
example,
steel.
like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, you know, they have cold weather training. They have, you know, you can survive in harsher climates.
Running around microtech in
go
your
longer
fucking
without
jocks.
Sustenance.
To improve your
then
cold
that's what
weather.
essentially endurance gives you, and also,
Weather
for example,
endurance.
like G-force and Redout, so that you know, pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs.
This
than a
one
normal
is
person
important,
would be.
actually,
And then you have
if you want to
fitness.
be
So
a
fitness,
fighter
for example,
pilot.
you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer. You can hold your breath longer. You can sprint longer.
God,
So we have
swimming
these
tech.
physical attributes, and
I
we
feel
have
like that
multiple
is a
different
big
ways for
fucking
how
mystery.
you
It's like a myth
improve them.
in this game.
No, it's not, because I've shown the animations for it. Years ago now.
I know.
They were going to do it when we first got hosted.
The thing that is weird is when he's doing all this list, it's just how many skills they're gonna track. Like, do they want to do one with everything? I mean, it's almost that's crazy.
I think
they should, in my opinion, they should keep, to more core ones that are more important, and just pick the right one, and that's fine. No need, to put every skill available in the universe.
I think that they worded it poorly when they said skills. I think they're talking more about attributes. So, like, when you think about it in real world terms, like, swimming improves your cardiovascular system, it improves your muscle definition so that you're able to, like, swimmers are actually quite strong and they're quite fit, and they can run, like, when they train, they can run a lot longer too, because they got the cardiovascular capacity to do that. Whereas, runners can also become good swimmers if they train, but, they don't have to train as hard because they've already got the cardiovascular system to be able to do it. And this is one of those things where it's like, it sounds like they're saying skills, but what they really mean is attributes. So like, like doing a lot of running means that you'll improve your leg muscles and you'll improve your cardiovascular capabilities. Doing a lot of box lifting, improves your leg muscles, your arm muscles, your back muscles. So you'll start improving your muscular endurance across your entire body. If you're moving them long distances, you're improving it even further. And this is one of those
that
things.
Would make sense.
Yeah, this is one of those
And
things
make
where
it
they're
easier.
like, when they talk about skills, they're saying, they talk about skills like running helps improve your breathing and your endurance. So the breathing and endurance are more alluding to attributes, whereas the skill of running helps improve those attributes, so that as those attributes improve, you naturally become better at running. This is a bit like this reminds me of the it was San Andreas that I first encountered this type of system where going to the gym and working out improved your character's muscles, or you can make yourself more jacked, or you could make yourself really fit, or you could just eat junk food all the time and turn yourself into a fat bastard, like just in real life. but you had to invest time in it. So you know, like when you went to the gym and you're lifting weights, you couldn't just keep doing the same exercise. You had to change it up a bit too. So, like, it's not. It sounds like they're not aiming so that you have to go to the gym to do the workouts. Although, you know, they've got gym equipment there, so it's always a possibility. But it sounds like they want to try and, you know, set yourself up so that as you, you know, perform certain exercises. So if you're running around in heavy armor all the time, you know, bloody running around, you know, shooting weapons and stuff like that, your character will naturally, you know, improve their cardiovascular, improve their muscular endurance. They'll be able to aim better under stress, you know, under heavier stress. So that if you put a flight suit on and you did that, you'd be going longer. You'd be going further. You'd be able to, you know, hold your aim, you know, a lot better. All right, let's keep watching.
Actually,
go ahead.
John the Red is making a point that somebody else actually brought as well in the chat when I was streaming on the CitizenCon. It's as well giving space for drugs and drugs benefits. Like basically,
and
you got it,
cybernetics.
you know. Yeah, and cybernetics as well. Yeah, like you don't need to train. You got it with side effect only for a time, but basically, like, yeah, you can just shoot yourself with all kind of substances.
I recall that there was going to be attribute and skills, but we'll keep watching to hear.
And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage, or you know, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's.
So, this is one of those things where it's like, I feel like this is a misleading statement by them. Because they talk about, you know, like you'll be able to, your character's breathing will be able to improve if you know, practice handling high G maneuvers better. Now, whilst it's not like a, you know, a physical stat that you'll see, it's like, you know, you got 10%, you know, flying capability. You're still going to be at an advantage if you train your G-force handling, because you'll be able to pull G's harder for longer, which puts you at an advantage over your opponent. This is one of those things where it's like, this is where I believe a lot of people hear about the skills and attributes and they go, this is bad. Because, you know, like, let's be real about this. You know, miners, what physical skills and attributes are they training when they're doing mining? Nothing. Not in the same context of what they're talking about here. Yeah, maybe hand-eye coordination. I don't know if that's an attribute. Maybe. You know, keeping a line in between other two lines. Who knows? But they haven't said that. But that's one of the things. It's like, for them to sit there and say, it doesn't give you an advantage over others, that's bullshit. It does give you an advantage over others. If you train your G-force tolerance, you know, to be higher, then you can pull harder Gs than other combat pilots, which means that when you're in a turning circle battle that the other pilot's in, they may be blacking out whilst you're just still in the grey. And that will be the difference between you winning and losing the fight.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like them saying that.
There is another moment as well, for example, when they talk like is it strength or endurance? I don't remember which one they're talking about. Like, but basically they state the same, that like you would be able to run with the heavy armor with more ease and for longer. Yeah, and most likely you can sprint for longer. Maybe not sure if quicker, but still, yeah, that's an advantage too.
Well, that endurance matters, especially when you're starting to aim down sight and you're holding down shift to steady your aim. Like if your character is got better cardiovascular capability, if it's got better muscular endurance, you'll be able to like run a kilometer in that heavy armor. And this is just an example. We don't know if you can do this yet. You can run a kilometer in heavy armor, you know, while still standing, hold your aim and fire and still accurately hit just as well as somebody who hasn't trained their cardiovascular endurance and is in the prone position and firing at the same target. That would be considered an extreme example in real world terms, but in a video game, that's actually quite a realistic scenario. So for them to sit there and say, oh, it doesn't give you any sort of advantages, to me, that's bullshit. Because when I listened to this, I heard that. I'm like, what? Why would you bother training those skills or anything like that? Why would those skills even matter? Like if they just happen naturally and it's like, oh yeah, all of a sudden your G tolerances go up. It's like, oh yeah, sweet. That doesn't matter though, because no, that's a huge advantage. And the thing is like, you know, players who you know, continuously engage in certain activities will build up attributes that give them an edge over others who don't. Like that's intended. So that's, you know, like for them to sit there and say, oh, you get 10 plus, you know, piloting skill, it doesn't directly translate into that sort of value, but you will have an advantage over someone else. And really that's what that 10 plus means. And it doesn't matter what attribute it is, any sort of, you know, like improvement on an attribute or a skill is an advantage over someone else who isn't doing that. It's not a bad thing. That's how it works in real life. But don't try and sit there and say, oh, you know, it doesn't give you an advantage when it clearly does.
That's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, you know, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like you've got to spend some time
bad.
if you want to increase your strength. I mean, yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights,
yep.
You know, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you know, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea, is there are things that you do during the gameplay that, you know, your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And
gotta do some squats.
Again, that's part of like making the
living
world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works.
If you don't got some,
like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to, you know, aim and shoot and do all
I
the
guess
rest
that's the way we work out our cardio.
Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in, you know, Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, you know,
the more the better.
I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything, because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo.
Getting fat, smashing double dogs into your face. Jack Axon can relate. That's what I mean, like, for them to sit there, like, they, you know, for them to sit there before and say, oh, it doesn't give you an advantage, and then them sitting there going, yeah, if you're a cargo hauler, you know, you don't really need those things. It's like, well, technically you don't, but if you encounter somebody that has those skills and you've got to compete against them in the sense of, like, they're attacking you and you got to defend yourself, like, regardless of the way that you want to see it, that is a competition. You're at a significant disadvantage because you're a bloody cargo hauler that just smashes double dogs into your face, as opposed to the pirate who's been bloody, you know, like fucking lifting boxes and bloody practicing their takedowns on each other in the back of a boarding ship because they're fucking bored.
Yeah, that's the way you practice takedown for sure.
Yeah, it's the only way you can do it.
So, does eating double dogs have an incidence on how quick you can you know, push on the self-destruct button for cargo?
Maybe they'll add that.
Yeah, we need to work on our cardio, Mongrel Squad Marines. You hear me?
Yeah.
We need to get to that pilot seat in a
Prospects are going to be running laps when they fuck up. No more spinning the wheel. It's just run laps.
You know what? In 318, I'm going to make the prospects of the NA time zone run the racetrack on foot.
The snake pit.
Not just the snake pit, like the Grey Cat buggy racetrack as well.
Whilst
Like
everybody else is driving on the track.
Yes.
Dirty, how's it going, mate? Take down conga lines.
Yeah.
That's how the PvE. That's how the Care Bears are going to get good at doing takedowns.
Yeah, that's right.
They're going to train.
Right. Oh yeah, man. Fucking how we do it up in here.
All right, let's finish this.
Let's
get this going. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. No, I was just we were talking about this, with the mask that is everybody's looking for nowadays, and when the Vandal one, you had to kill 50 people, and this is that was the inception of the conga line before GT.
Yeah, and then that cancer bloody carried over to Jump Town. That's all right.
Jump Town.
But if I want to invest some time, so if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them,
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character because you're saying, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want. You can run further than them. You can carry things, that are heavier than.
So it's almost like you got plus 10 running and plus 10 bloody muscular endurance and plus 10 whatever.
So all of those different
it's
physical
just not
attributes,
represented
it allows you
in
to
the
progress
UI.
your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things.
I can use a railgun.
So we're going to have multiple
one-handed.
different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to a good one to how to explain it. It's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them,
more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Bender is very looking for.
I don't know I don't know about you guys, but I don't think that's how techniques really work, where you practice doing a technique and then you magically just work out how to do another one. Normally you have somebody else show you that.
It just takes a lot longer.
Yeah, that's just it. You would shortcut it.
Yeah, you shortcut it by talking to people that actually, or learning from people that actually know what they're doing, and you actually get coached and mentored to actually get you to that point. You can do it by yourself. You can learn things by yourself. It just takes a significant amount of time, more than a significantly longer time. And that's like real life. I'm not talking about the game. I'm talking about real life, generally speaking.
The only benefit to this, I think, and we need that's once more what you were talking earlier, agents. We just need to have it in our hands and see really to what extent it's gonna be punishing or rewarding. Depends on if you train or not, or because they say as well you're gonna gain some stuff just by playing the game. You don't need to train them. You can just gain some of those attributes. But I think the only good thing is about you lose it when you die. I mean, from our perspective.
Yeah, at least it resets itself after you die. I kind of I wish they would talk more about it. I wish it would also degrade over time as well, to where if you spent a week.
They did say that.
Okay.
So this will make.
Yeah, they didn't say anything about when you die.
This would make character progression though. One of those things where it's you get all these gains, you just become this bloody, ninja. Pretty much trained yourself up. You got all the cardio endurance that you need. You got all the muscular endurance you need. and then you go board a ship and you get capped by some dude with an arc light and you reset. You just be like, fuck this.
Yeah.
I'm not bothering ever again. Like,
Refame
I don't know. I
asks,
think it'll
do
have
you
to
guys feel that
translate
CIG could
between
be
others.
forcing roles on players with the skill change agent? What do you think?
Yeah, but even if you lose a little bit of it, you know, they hate losing even a little.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you'd want to make sure that every time you go into combat, like you'd want to make sure that you're gonna win. Because if you don't, you just lost all that progress on death. You just be like, why? Why is this even important? Why bother even implementing this? So to be honest, I think that they would, for whatever reason, the clones would be improved because fucking progression reasons. The thing about this is, and the interesting part about all of this is that, you know, they've always intended to have cybernetics in the game. And they've said that the cybernetic limbs would give you certain enhancements, or, you know, the cybernetic organs or the cybernetic, you know, like additions that you know, put onto your body would help enhance you. And a lot of people are like, and this was before they were talking about the skills and attributes things, you know, years ago. And a lot of people were like, well, you know, why would I bother, you know, just making myself human? I just turn myself into a cyborg and just have all, you know, cybernetic everything so that I have every single, you know, advantage over everyone else. And this is one of those things where it's like, they want to put in those cybernetic things, you know, they want drugs to have, you know, certain advantages as well. And that's just it. Like, the skills and attributes are supposed to be something that you build up over time. Techniques as well. Like, it's supposed to take time. And I don't think it'll be that dying will cause you to lose skill and attributes. You may have like I wouldn't say a soft reset, but you may have a setback where it's diminished by a certain amount. So, you know, like you may not be able to run as long or, you know, go as hard when it comes to muscular endurance. But, you know, it's not like you're starting back from zero every single time. You know, maybe you can upgrade your clone or whatever. Who knows? Like, CIG could really do anything with this.
They're gonna have to implement cyber psychosis.
Cyber psychosis.
So people going nuts. Just role play as one, Baron.
The things they never implement in Cyberpunk, actually. That's why everybody was so strong in that game. It's just, you know,
Yeah,
roll
we'll have
on
to
it.
go to a Ripper dock to upgrade my tech.
Yeah.
Forward to doing all the versions of Takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, you know, straight in, straight out. Sloppy. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, you know, it's much faster.
You just point at
but
them
you've
and
put
they
in
die.
the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to.
No. You do like the.
And I think that's what skills is about. It's about
Johnny
giving
English
players
the
goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same
powers
for like,
where you just like pinch their shoulder and they go down.
Melee, like fist fighting,
combat,
knife fighting.
Kenshiro, you know, Okuto no Ken technique.
You
just point the finger at them and they explode.
More moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone and then do it a bit more and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain. And that's kind of the, like you said, the, you know, the idea of sort of, you know, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce because again, it's, you know, this is going to be a really huge, deep world and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car racers, you know, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No,
anymore.
exactly. You know, you don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to, you know, try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it that. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more G's. So, you know, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those
That's what I was talking about,
Mhm.
though. Those, like
Yeah.
attributes, endurance, agility. Like those are more the core of what they're talking about. But that's the thing is, like, in an RPG, you can level up your endurance, you can level up your agility, and it gives you enhanced skills. So, going back to the point where they're sitting there going, oh, you don't get, plus 10 to flight capability. Well, when you combine those fucking, attributes together, you're effectively doing that. You just haven't fucking created the UI for it. So.
Yeah, and what about oh, never mind. I was gonna say
Kath.
something about like plus 10 damage or some shit. Plus
Kath,
10 DPS.
You're the only one that needs plus 3 box moving. I don't need plus 3 box moving.
You realize how long Agent Letty has been doing this?
I've got plus 50 box moving.
Fucking what is it? What's the video that you made about box moving? That's on your personal YouTube channel.
Oh, tedious.
Tedious.
Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck The Rock. Yeah. All right. Let's keep this going.
Slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do, and that you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically.
Why is this a bad thing?
So you're not going to have to go out
I'm not saying it's a
and
bad thing
level
per
them,
se. It's just the way that CIG is trying to sell it,
squats.
where you
If
don't get
you
an
do squats,
advantage,
like, that's the equivalent of us
but you
going from
actually
crouch to
do.
stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
This face that Jared's making right now is literally the face of everybody that was watching this keynote by this point, with how long they were explaining this thing that they pretty much summed up in the first couple of minutes. Like, literally, they summed up what the entire system was in the first couple of minutes, and then they just kept going, trying to sell it as a good thing. And,
They had no video for this one.
Yeah,
So.
to be honest, like, I'm not bothered by them introducing the skill system here. Like, it doesn't bother me. It's just one of those extra things that like, you can, if you want an edge over your opponents, you can gain that edge. If you want to invest the time into it, go ahead and do it. If you don't, then, don't. Like, the way I see it, and I'll say it again, I've said it before, might makes right. You could be the fucking, the best fighter pilot that can handle the most G's and all that sort of shit, and then bloody somebody just shows up with an Idris and just railguns your fucking Gladius. Then what? It's not going to matter at that point. It only matters in certain contexts. Like FPS combat, it doesn't, you could have, the best agility. It won't matter when you're in a dogfighter, when you're in a combat ship, dogfighting someone else. It's just one of those things where it's like the context of where these skills matter actually matters more. And, like, fucking, the first reaction stream that I did is a classic example. It doesn't matter how good your muscular endurance is, how fucking good you can move boxes, how fast you can run, how good you can aim. Somebody just shows up in an A2 and just bombs you, it won't fucking matter. You'll be dead because they dropped a fucking bomb on your head. Like, the context matters where these skills actually apply. If you're in dogfighting combat, then yeah, it does matter. But if you're not in dogfighting combat, then it doesn't really help you.
Actually, in the inter-arm game, yeah, like, you can die so many ways where you don't even have a say to about it.
But yeah, like, I don't like how they say that, it doesn't really give you an advantage. It's like, well, it does in certain contexts that actually matter, but, like, in the grand scheme of things, if you end up in the wrong position, it won't matter.
Like when I first heard this, I thought of a video. Like I thought of the video that Level Cap made, like somewhat recently. It was one of his. It was one of the first videos that he made when re-entering the community. He's like, "Oh, one of the things that makes Star Citizen so great is that everyone is on an equal playing field."
Just undo that.
And the only thing that gives you an advantage is your own personal skills.
Good. Now he knows what it's like to fucking have a tutorial go out and bloody it gets shat on the next week.
Yeah, no. Speaking of which, new NPA episodes should be coming out. We're in the process, so just hang tight. Thank you for your support.
All right, let's finish this off.
That's Pilates area and Microtech.
Well, we went all the info, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But that will be essentially one of the apps in the mobiGlas, and then one of the last things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas and the first iteration.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it for this part. So yeah, skills and attributes. You've heard the reactions. I've seen a lot of what you guys have said. My own personal opinion, I'm not bothered by any of it, really. Like, they'll add it. I don't like how they tried to say that it wasn't going to give you an advantage and then kept selling the advantages that you get over other people. If you train those, skills and attributes up. Just don't be afraid to bloody implement systems. That's the way I see it. That's the way you want it to be. That's it. It just means that you got to do extra shit. I wouldn't put as much importance on it if it didn't give a significant advantage. So we'll probably end up, training this stuff when it gets added to test it out and see what it matters. Implementing, juicing up before going into FPS combat is extremely important. Like hit yourself with all the meds so that if you do get hit in the head normally and you survive, instead of suffering the effects of bloody, like your head being grayed out and all that sort of stuff, your character already has the meds on, in the system so that you can handle that.
Yeah.
I don't see it any different.
Yeah, I think I'll just juice up. I'm not a big grinder, so I'll just juice up.
It'll just happen. It'll just happen how, it'll just happen naturally. So, Stoney, the way that they never drilled down into like whether or not it's going to be skill trees or anything like that. They more or less said, if you do a certain activity enough times, your avatar will become better at doing that certain thing. So if you start, moving boxes from one place to another and you just keep doing that for hours on end, you'll get stronger. It's not like a UI-based system where you're going to have to go select, you'll level up your character, you'll have attribute points, and then you'll assign those attribute points to certain, attributes like strength, charisma, agility, endurance, or anything like that. It's just certain actions produce certain results with character attributes. That's the way that they've sold it. Well, what else are we going to do in prison when we get sent there? What do you just sit in a bloody prison, set up a macro and just do, bulk squats, build up that booty. All right. Thank you very much, Baron, for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah,
this was a lot longer. Baron does stream.
That was long.
On his own YouTube channel. It's in French, so if you need to practice your French speaking skills.
Molière language, if you need to practice that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Also, Also, yeah, YouTube videos they're both English and French. Like I make intros in French, but basically there are some hits of Mongrel Squad, so we're all talking English.
Details for Baron's channel and all that will be in the description of this video once I get around to it after the stream is finished. Thanks for joining us again, Baron. I'm going to switch back to my face.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, mate. I'm going to switch back to my face screen, so quickly wave to everyone. Wave goodbye. Bye, everyone. And there we go. I did it before he did it.
Well,
right.
You fucked it up.
Yeah, that's okay. It was my fault. Hannah, are you still around? It's like stupid early morning for me. The sun has actually come up where I'm at. Fuck, I gotta find the video
Hannah,
now.
please. Hannah?
Is Hannah around? There
I
she
have been summoned.
See you, Baron. Let me find the video, the correct video, and add it to sync.
Oh, I turned off my camera. It's getting a bit late for that. If that's okay.
That's all right. That's all right.
Did you enjoy your break, Anna?
I did. I played a lot of Star Marine. I'm calibrated.
Calibrated. Always super calibrated.
All right, so the next one and the last one for the stream. What time is it? Fucking. You may get your wish, Dobbs. You may get your wish. And prove me wrong.
My wish?
Yes.
Agens sleep stream.
I'm not going to fall asleep. I actually was pretty tired before. Especially the parts where Richard and Chris were talking a lot. But I'm at the start of my second win, so I'm good to go. All right, here we go.
What city do you live in Australia?
I live near Brisbane.
Oh wow, okay, wow, yeah, it's early.
It's was it 5:36 where I'm at?
He's got the whole world.
I was thinking like, wow, he must live in like Perth or something.
No. I started this at 1 o'clock in the morning. Alright. Here we go. We've got the next and final CitizenCon panel that we're going to be covering. Alright.
It's probably the second biggest one.
Hey, Frosty Nuts, the Chicken Kicker. I love that name. That's an awesome name. Thank you for subscribing to the Mongrel Squad channel. The org appreciates your support. Alright, we're on the last one, Power Play. And this is going to be interesting. 48-hour stream. I am not going for a 48-hour stream, Obi-Wan. No, thank you very much. The keynote was quite boring, mainly because they didn't really show much. It's interesting from an information perspective, but because of how long it went for, like I tried watching it and I found like an hour into it, I just tuned out. Which is why I actually was kind of keen to do the reaction to it, because then I would be forced to have to pay attention.
You would be the first to fall asleep on their own stream.
Yeah, that's alright. I'm not going to fall asleep. Anyway, we're going to be looking at the power play stuff, which is quite interesting. So, let's roll.
Journey to 4.0, Agents. Look at that.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin.
Oh,
I'm
Dan
an assistant
Truffin.
director for
I love him so much.
You're my new favorite.
Here today, we
New
will be
patron
talking to you
saint
about
of
something
piracy.
I always loved Dan Truffin, dude. Ever since he talked about
Star Citizen
probing
functions and
like a year ago.
and how players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have
Can we
certain
just skip the
resources like
suffocating part?
fuel
No.
and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And
I wonder
from
what
that,
stations
we
will
can move
use for
on
resources.
to, like, bigger ships, and finally
Didn't they say
the
all
capital
space stations?
ships will have a real
Yeah.
purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside.
Oh, you mean
those
like what
ships.
stations will get
It
it
will
first?
drastically increase the time to
Yeah,
kill
well,
for
what
all vehicles in
resources they
Star
need
Citizen, and it
to
will
be able to
encourage
function.
people to
Oh, yeah.
disable ships rather than destroy them. Missions like Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can drop
We
the
can
platforms into
suddenly
the
scale
abyss.
a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the
That was
reasons are
what I was
we
thinking the whole time.
have more control over
Yeah.
the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates.
What
these
else could they mean by that?
functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads,
Base
and actually
building.
keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage
Even
you
the
have.
devs are theory
Obviously,
crafting
the
now.
pilot is going to be doing his job, trying to move the ship out of harm's way.
It's kind of their
The
job,
gunners are
though.
going to be
That's how they
taking
start
out
this.
enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay. And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use these ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is.
You can see how excited he is in his face.
Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most
It'll be actually interesting to see how multi-crew ships
in your ships now,
can counter
since
like boarding actions and distortion and other means of trying to disable a ship through piracy. It'll be interesting, like the type of counterplay could be interesting to see.
No, Dobbs, you don't understand. We have all the advantages.
That's true.
We're playing Star Griefer.
There isn't. Oh yeah,
You think they're really going to have engineers on their ships?
They're gonna fucking have to, like, at some point. They have to wake up and realize it at some point. Man, it's getting frustrating having to deal with these monkey-brained NPCs that think they're just fucking. They could take on the world solo in their hammerheads or in carracks. It's like,
No, you see, like, they're gonna have NPCs to do it for them. The NPCs which are in Star Citizen famously good.
Yeah, they'll be standing on the fuse boxes.
T-posing.
Atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor.
I just realized that he's
Here,
showing the
life
suffocating
support you have to
animation.
maintain it. Meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death, or you are not cooked.
If the Marines get ornery,
the player
just turn
will
up
be
the
able
heat.
to control items throughout the
Just
ship,
hotbox
turn
the
them
shit
on,
out
turn them off. They will be able to remove
Dude, it's
broken
cold in here.
items
Turn up
and
the
replace them
thermostat.
with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income.
Oh wow, the engineering
You'll be
table on the
able
carrack
to
actually doing
control
something.
Which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents.
It can't
that give
fit
them
size 3
various
components though, so it's like
bonuses
useless.
to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other, and what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is the concept that you experienced
Players like those Care Bears really are just going to give access to everything.
There's always a down, there's always an up.
They're not going to compartmentalize
and
it
we
all.
would like to give you some more control.
Right there, the fucking dude
because it
building the
requires
colony.
some energy.
That's how
and if you
non-Marines
want to
board a
run your
ship.
More energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life in Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is where are we with all of this right now?
Yes, Dan.
This is literally the only segment that
Currently,
says
we
this
have
as well.
working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship. So we can make sure that each item actually gets the
It's
resources
so cool they're
they
finally
need.
putting this in the game.
Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
I hope we can hack it so bad.
Well, even just being able to stow away on the ship and then just
We can
rip the
also
fuses off
demonstrate many
would be
aspects of
enough.
the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
Here we go.
There it goes. The fucking ear-to-ear smile, dude. The smug shit-eating grin on his face. I fucking love it.
Dude, his soul just leaves his body.
Like, it's like a hiccup. A lethal hiccup. That is.
I love how it's specifically killing new players as well. Like, that's his exact words.
Yeah.
Maybe because they realize that new players will probably like to roleplay and walk around with their helmets off and shit.
Fire expulsion.
Yeah, fire expulsion.
God damn it, I was too slow on the pause.
Oh, I want fire tech, man. I want to set people on fire.
Been like a year since they showed that. Like the last time they showed it.
Like, fucking fire, please.
There used to be a time where we would start without our helmets on. And CIG changed it. CIG changed it so that we would start with our helmets on because so many new players would run outside, and the moment that they went through the airlock, they would die, and they didn't know why.
I like how in this segment here, it's essentially a race to see what kills you first, either the lack of oxygen or the extreme heat. Like, I just want to place a crew in, like, a crew member inside a room and just set it on.
Making new players suffocate.
I need to go back. Oh god.
Making new players suffocate.
No, you missed it. No.
Can we make this an emoji in the Mongrel Squad server?
Oh, somebody screenshot that face, like literally from the eyebrows to the bottom of the bottom lip. Like, I want it to be that condensed so we just see his face.
Filling rooms with atmosphere.
It's actually crazy how, like, almost finished this looks as well. I didn't realize it was this far along.
The room system's been around for a long time, so being able to depressurize a room has always been a thing. So being able to just expand on it. That's all this is.
The room system has already been in game too. It's already in game with planets.
Making players suffocate. Again.
Okay, Dan, thank you. Just relax, please.
I mean, the colors for I don't know if it still does it. If you open the doors on the colors, then you can't breathe in it anymore.
No, but I'm talking about like the room system already exists with planets. Like when you go from planet with oxygen to space without oxygen, that's already an example of the room system, because basically it is like what the room system is just an environment container, and a planet is essentially an environment container. And once you leave it and you're in space, that's when things go bad if you don't have the proper equipment.
Sorry, looking at this gravity stuff, I really, really hope we can set it to negative gravity.
So people
just repels them. Just smashes them into
that'd be
the roof.
so cool.
Well, what you'd want to do is you'd want to try and time the turning off of the gravity along with a strafe movement.
Well, what I would want to do is like set it to Legionnaire, and then you set it to negative gravity, flip them upside down, then set it back, and then push your troops in.
Yeah, see, what they're showing right here is an example of saboteur gameplay of them removing the shields and cutting the ship's power relay in half.
Progress with a resource management system, but with a system.
But like specifically with that, I hope we can get like the Herald
rush it,
and then hack the engineering from afar.
From the beginning.
and turn
So
off
let's
shit.
talk about.
They're doing it wrong though.
That
They
seems
should have been
like-
using a vulture. Start salvaging the ship straight away.
What's next for the resource management system?
What's next?
As you can tell,
Implementing it?
resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for.
Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets.
And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
So they don't want life support.
We started
on the initial
talking
release?
about resource management about
I think
2 years
initial
ago.
release of the feature.
It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system, and this has been an interesting journey, and finally we're starting to see the fruits of our labor, and we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful
it's so pretty.
decisions for all the players, where
Pyro
every
2.
decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress, and have a nice CitizenCon.
We will have fun suffocating people. Thank you, Dan Truffin.
Well, that's it. That was the power play. It was just a really cool segment to watch. Like, we didn't really need to comment on that much.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not much to say. They just teleport, really. That, like, there's honestly not much to speculate on. They did a really good job with that presentation.
Yeah, they actually presented the information and said, this is how it works. And everybody went, okay. Like, it's going to be one of those situations, though, that once we get it into our hands, the impact of it will be fully realized. Running around on a ship, I believe they were working on the Hammerhead to add the fuses to the different areas.
They said the Hammerhead was the first one, and also they mentioned somewhere that they're working on the Ares Ion as well to test a small ship.
That makes sense. Like,
perhaps.
Well, you know, maybe they'll buff the Ares and people will start using it. No, but it was
a good joke.
I'm interested to see how distortion damage impacts the power management systems. You know, if we blow fuses
Distortion
or
damage. What's distortion damage?
well, you know, it's that thing that CIG likes to beat like a red-headed stepchild. It gives us a little bit of hope and then takes it away from us. Each patch
We had
cycle.
2 patches of bliss, of perfection, and then it was taken away from us. We grasped.
You know what?
We
I
grasped
think it's not all bad, because you know what? I have a feeling that in the future It's going to be replaced with something better.
No. Distortion damage has been the best thing that's ever happened to Star Citizen.
Seeing their EM drop to 0 is just, oh, chef's kiss. And when you see them and you realize, oh, they've just gone to 0 meters a second, it's time for a shipboarding. Oh my god, there is nothing better.
That's right.
We've been getting them shipboardings. You see what the NA time zone has been doing, Agens?
Which time zone?
The NA time zone.
No, I haven't been paying attention.
Aren't you proud that we're getting so many boarding actions?
Where are the videos, Dobbs?
I have like 2 of them ready for you. In fact, I have a question about that after work. Well, yeah, once we're off the air, I'll ask you about it.
All right. Fuck. We're like 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes away from hitting 5 hours, and I don't want to hit the 5 hour mark. So, Anna, thank you very much for joining us for the second time for the Power Play segment and for the first one that you joined us for. The need for multiple speeds.
Need for multiple speeds.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on.
No worries. And Hannah obviously does her own content creation as well. She's got her own YouTube channel. All the links will be in the description below so that you guys will be able to check out her channel.
1,000 subscribers as well.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Big milestone.
I've made like 0 videos since then. There has been nothing in Star Citizen to do.
Well, that's just it. Like once you hit the 1,000 subscriber mark and you're just able to monetize your content, you don't really need to do anything more after that. You just let the dollars roll in because all YouTubers are rich once they hit once they start making money.
I've made like $2 so far.
It's $2 more than what you had before.
That's true.
But yeah, congratulations.
When
mate.
318 comes out, thank you. Yeah, when 318 comes out, I'm gonna do hopefully my own sort of tutorial series and stuff. And I want to make like a video on the Corsair and if it's for piracy because I love the Corsair. So that's my personal goal.
318 is just going to be full of gameplay and video opportunities. But yeah.
And wannabe pirate orgs that are starting up because they think it's viable now.
Yeah, like piracy is going to become popular and all the content creators are going to become pirates and then...
And they're going to realize how fucking hard it is and they're going to wonder why they didn't start it sooner.
And
then pirates will get nerfed or something.
Yeah, no, they'll be sitting there going, we need to go talk to people about this. And then they'll be like, Mongrel Squad, come help us. And we'll be like, maybe.
Maybe.
Depends on who they are. Depends on who they are.
Yeah.
There's some that I'm cool with and others that I'm just like, nah, I'm not bothering.
Salty Mike's chill and Moist Noodles really dull. Moist actually did some piracy with me.
We've got plans for Moist. We've got plans for him. Don't forget. I haven't forgotten.
That sounds threatening.
No. He'll enjoy it. He'll enjoy it. Trust me, he'll like it.
I see.
No, I haven't forgotten what I said all those months ago that we would take him out pirating. So we will do it. I hope to make it impactful and an enjoyable experience. Memorable would be a good keyword there as well. Alrighty, time to close off the stream.
Get him playing with the NA time zone.
I think you'd be playing with the EU time zone. It's
no.
closer to his time.
Yeah, well, he's British, isn't he?
Yes. It's a bit difficult for him to play with the NA time zone. Well, not really. Alright. Anyway, thank you very much for watching the special reaction. We literally just hit the 5 hour mark. So, congratulations, Dobbs and Silence Silence probably wasn't even paying attention. But yeah, I really wanted to try and keep this under 5 hours. But I'm really glad that I didn't react to everything because this would have been still going. And I'm tired as fuck. The next stream, so this week is unique in that I'm actually going to be doing another one of these reaction streams on Saturday. I think I have it scheduled for.
Saturday.
I still need to put the poll up for the org to vote on. But yes, there is another reaction stream. It'll be Sunday morning for me. But yeah. The reason why the stream is on the time that it's at is because this is technically this is my consistent day off that I have from my work every week. So for me, Wednesdays I have off, so doing the stream on a late Tuesday night works for me. Early Wednesday morning, so that's why I'm doing it on this time. The one that I'm doing on the weekend though is the day that normally floats for my day off. So sometimes I'll have a Sunday off. So pretty much I'm going to be doing a stream after the Oceanic event. So yeah. And it will be on the regular Star Citizen content that we all know and love. There's a lot, and it's actually another reason why I'm doing the second stream. So come check it out. All right, that's it for this stream. Thanks for watching once again, and I'll catch you all on Saturday.
A new short just dropped. Go
Sunday.
watch it.
Yes, actually,
Bye-bye.
there should have been a new short that dropped like 5 minutes ago. Anyway, I'm out. Bye.